on all the Bengaluru bus.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru bus.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru bus.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. There has been a big breakthrough in the Bahraich violence case. The main accused, he has been shot in an encounter and 2 people have been arrested. We'll get you the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The latest in the Salman Khan house shooting, the NDTV has accessed the charge sheet. The charge sheet says that Bishnoi gang commissioned the contract killing worth 25 lakh rupees to kill Salman Khan. Breakthrough in Bahraich violence case. The accused has been shot in an encounter while he was trying to flee to Nepal. 2 accused have been arrested by the cops. NDA's mega show of strength on the Valmiki Jayanti. Prime Minister chairs the meeting with NDA chief ministers and the deputy chief ministers in Chandigarh. This after Naib Singh Saini took oath as Chief Minister of Haryana for the 2nd time. There is a big buzz around India-Pakistan cricket. Reports say that PCB chief pushed for India to play in Pakistan for the upcoming Champions Trophy during Jaishankar's SCO visit. But the big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour is the Salman Khan house shooting case. NDTV has accessed the police charge sheet, and this charge sheet has some really big revelation in this particular case. The charge sheet says that Bishnoi gang gave a contract to kill Salman Khan that was worth rupees 25 lakh. This charge sheet also suggests that there was a bid to kill Salman Khan. It was hatched between August 2023 and April 2024. The accused, he conspired to use Pakistan-made weapons from what we understand from this particular charge sheet. Remember Salman Khan's Navi Mumbai case. This is what we are talking about, the big revelation in the charge sheet filed by the Navi Mumbai police in this particular case. In the Bollywood actor Salman Khan's case, Navi Mumbai police has said that in the charge sheet that has been filed against 5 people, that Bishnoi gang had taken out a contract of rupees 25 lakh to kill Salman Khan. In fact, I'm currently joined by my colleague Paras Dama. Paras, just give us the details of, first give us the details of what this charge sheet exactly says.
Ankit, first of all, I just want to clarify one thing. This is a matter connection with the recce which was done at Salman Khan farmhouse in Panvel, and the second case, which is the Salman Khan house firing case, where the different charge sheet was filed, and this is the different charge sheet which has been filed by the Navi Mumbai police 3 months ago. In this entire charge sheet, the number of revelation which has been made by the Navi Mumbai police. The first is that the 25 lakhs contract was given by Lawrence Bishnoi gang to kill Salman Khan near the farmhouse of the superstar. In this entire matter, there are many things which has came into light. The person named Sukha is being arrested by Navi Mumbai police from Haryana today in Panipat. This was a covert operation which was made by Haryana police and the Navi Mumbai
Paras,
police.
I would like to interrupt you there. There is a important MEA briefing that has begun. The MEA is speaking on Trudeau's admission there. Let's listen in to what is being said.
Premises, and so on and so forth. We have also called for, as I told you, safety of our peacekeepers. There were some people getting, the peacekeepers who were impacted, getting some skin rashes, etc. On that, UNIFIL has issued a statement. They have not shared any report with us. But to let you know that in that particular zone, we didn't have any of our Indian troops, but we continue to call for safety of our troops. Ayushi, regarding a question on the comments made by several countries. I would like to say that, we have made our position very clear on this particular matter. You would have seen that several press releases have been issued in the last 2 days, putting out our position, which we are very clear that since September of 2023, the Canadian government has not shared any shred of information with us. Yesterday, again, after the public inquiry, hearing, we had again issued a statement saying that Canada has leveled serious allegations, but has so far not given any evidence to back it up. Regarding your question on the comments made, I would allude to the comments made by the State Department. We would say that as far as the allegations are concerned, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the allegations, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomats. Regarding a question, you would have seen we had summoned the acting High Commissioner of Canada, and thereafter conveyed that we had no faith that the Canadian government will look after the safety of our diplomats, and therefore we had taken a decision to withdraw our High Commissioner and along with him 5 other diplomats. Subsequent to that, we saw that there was a communication from the Canadian side asking them to leave, but we had withdrawn our diplomats before their decision. On your question as to where we see this particular relationship going, well, to tell you very frankly, India-Canada ties, economic ties are very strong and vibrant. We have a lot of Canadian pension funds who are invested here. We have a large Indian diaspora in Canada, which is the bridge through which we maintain very strong people-to-people links with Canada. We have a large, possibly the largest cohort of international students in Canada as well. We hope, this particular crisis has been precipitated by Trudeau government's baseless allegations. We hope, so that is how we look at the issue that you raised, how we see the relationship going forward. And let me tell you also, Canada is a major beneficiary of all these linkages, strong linkages that we have. तो आपके सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मामले के बारे में मैंने नहीं देखा है कि उन्होंने क्या कहा, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो मामला होता है तो वो लीगल मामला होता है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट उच्च न्यायालय के मामले में टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं होता है. वो जो उनका मान है, जो वो जिस प्रकार का मामला बाहर, जैसे उस मामले में सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो राय है उसको माना जाएगा. Reza, on your question, whether any conversation regarding cricket happened or not, I would say nothing of that sort happened. Shall we go forward? And the reports that you saw were not accurate also. Aditya?
Mr. Jaspal, I have 2 questions related. One is on TVI Network yesterday broke a story about Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang members in Canada, the details of which we believe have been shared with the Canadian side over the last 3 years. Could you please share details of how many extradition requests have gone out from India to Canada in the last 3 years, and whether there's been any positive response, because Justin Trudeau yesterday mentioned about Lawrence Bishnoi and said that we are taking action. Secondly, we've also seen attacks on journalists taking place in Canada. We've seen Rishi Nagar, a journalist, being attacked in Calgary in a Gurudwara by Khalistani radicals. We in the past have seen attacks on Sameer Kaushal and Deepak Punj as well. How do you react to these attacks on Canadian journalists of Indian origin, and what does this say about the freedom of expression in Canada? Thank you.
Okay. Ajay?
Hi, Ajay Banerjee from the Tribune. Sir, the U.S. State Department last night issued a statement that one of the Indian government officials has been removed from service of the Indian government. Could you please clarify who the official is? Can you name? Is it the same person named as CC1 in the Department of Justice indictment?
Okay. Please.
Hi there, Salima Shivji from CBC News. So you say on the Indian side that there is no clear evidence that has been presented by Canadian authorities, but Canada's RCMP and other authorities have said that they have presented detailed evidence in meetings with top Indian officials. So how do you explain that disconnect and the wildly different stories from each side? And as well, with this entire dispute sort of being disputed in public with some bitter statements on each side, do you think that is the correct way to dial down the tensions in this relationship?
Okay. Pranay.
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर उजाला से मेरे दो सवाल हैं। पहला सवाल तो इस चीज़ को लेकर है कि कनाडा के साथ में कितनी एक्सट्रेडिशन रिक्वेस्ट हमारी पेंडिंग है और खासतौर पर हरदीप सिंह निज्जर समेत कितनी एक्सट्रेडिशन रिक्वेस्ट पेंडिंग है, उस पर अभी तक क्या रिस्पांस रहा है। दूसरा सवाल इस चीज़ को लेकर है कि 6 महीने पहले कनाडा सरकार की तरफ से कहा गया था, आरसीएमपी की तरफ से, कि 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है जिनकी आइडेंटिटी इंडियन बताई गई थी। क्या इन इंडियंस के लिए भारत के काउंसलेट ने कोई काउंसलर एक्सेस मांगा था? अगर मांगा था तो उनसे जानकारी में क्या हासिल हुआ है? क्या वो भारतीय नागरिक हैं?
Okay, Samira.
Samir Hussain, BBC News. Will you release the names of the diplomats that India says that they have brought back to India, the Canadian diplomats? India has released the names of the Canadian diplomats that were expelled from the country. So wondering if the same will happen. And also, to follow up on Salima's question about the detail, about the several meetings that the RCMP has said that they have had and that India has been presented with this evidence. I mean, the most recent meeting was a meeting in Singapore that is widely reported. And that meeting went on for several hours, much longer than was originally anticipated. I'm wondering what was actually discussed in that meeting if you were not presented with any evidence.
Okay. So first, Aditya, to your question on extradition request and Lawrence Bishnoi gang. So as far as my information is concerned, there are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. These are over the last decade or more. Along with it, there are several provisional arrest requests which are also pending with the Canadian side of several criminals. Some of the notable ones who've been charged with terror and related crimes, I would like to name them. They are Gurjeet Singh, Gurjinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Lakhbir Singh Landa, and Arshdeep Singh Gill. They are wanted in terror charges, as I told you, and also some related charges. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them and or to take due action as per law. So far, while we have exchanged and given these information, so far no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request. This is very serious. Also, I would like to say that we find it really strange that now the people who we asked to be deported, on whom we asked that action be taken, we are being told that they are the ones, or RCMP is blaming Indian side that these people are committing crimes in Canada for which you are to be blamed. So this is a contradiction in terms which we don't understand. I just have here, there are several people, but for the sake of brevity, I would like to outline what I just informed you. The notable ones are Gurjeet Singh, Gurjinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Lakhbir Singh Landa, and Arshdeep Singh Gill. Aditya, you also had a question regarding intimidation. The Indian origin journalists who are being intimidated in Canada, and several of these instances have come to light in the recent past. I would only like to say that these are clear examples of intimidation and violence by those who openly espouse extremist and separatist ideology. It is also an example, or these are also examples of what afflicts Canada today and which reveals the sources of violence. Shifting the blame to India does not work in any manner. Jay, you had a question regarding the US State Department informing us that the individual who was named in the Justice Department indictment is no longer an employee of the Government of India. Yes, I confirm that he's no longer an employee of the Government of India. Question on CBC. See, we have made our position very clear that serious charges have been leveled against us, but so far, as we said in a press release a few days back, and it was reiterated yet again yesterday or today morning, earlier hours this morning, so far Canada has not given any evidence in support of the serious, very serious allegations that they've leveled against India and against Indian diplomats. We also see there is a pattern. The pattern is motivated by political considerations on the part of the Canadian Trudeau government. And there is also, as we have said, is a clear pattern to smear India for reasons best known to them. I would also like to tell you that please look at several of these statements. That it's a very detailed statements that we've released, giving exactly what our position is, why we think that these are politically motivated, and why we think that these allegations are baseless. प्रत्यर्पण को लेके मैंने बताया जैसे कि 26 एक्सट्रेडिशन केसेस पेंडिंग हैं. उन 26 के अलावे प्रोविजनल अरेस्ट की इंफॉर्मेशन जो हम लोग म्यूचुअल लीगल असिस्टेंस ट्रीटी के तहत मांगते हैं, उसमें भी कई एक सारे मामले वहाँ पर कनाडा में पेंडिंग है. और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि 5 लोग, अपराधी लोग जो जिनके खिलाफ हम लोगों ने मांगा है, भगौड़े हैं, मांगा है कि इनका एक्सट्रेडिशन होना चाहिए, प्रत्यर्पण होना चाहिए. उनका नाम मैंने लिया आपके लिए: गुरजीत सिंह, गुरजिंदर सिंह, गुरप्रीत सिंह, लखबीर सिंह लंडा और अर्शदीप सिंह गिल. इसमें से वो भी लोग हैं जो ये जो गैंग्स हैं, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग हो अथवा कोई और गैंग है, उसके भी मेंबर्स इसमें शामिल हैं. जहाँ तक जो गिरफ्तारी की बात की आपने, काउंसलर एक्सेस की बात की. काउंसलर एक्सेस जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था कि हम लोगों को अभी काउंसलर एक्सेस हमने मांगा नहीं है. उनकी तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट आता है तो फिर दिया जाता है, काउंसलर एक्सेस लिया जाता है.
मांगा था और उस केस में क्या हुआ था? कितनी बार हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया था हरदीप सिंह निज्जर के प्रत्यर्पण को लेकर?
हरदीप सिंह निज्जर प्रत्यर्पण वाले सूची में नहीं है. किसी और मामले में उस पर उन पे चार्जेस लगे होंगे. प्रत्यर्पण के सूची में हरदीप सिंह. Samira, your question regarding the diplomats, Indian diplomats who will be coming back from Canada. We have a High Commissioner. Along with him, there are 5 other diplomats who will be returning. The Canadian government has said that they should return by 19th of October, 11:59 p.m. For various reasons, we don't want to reveal their names to you. Also regarding the Singapore meeting, yes, the Singapore meeting, yes, had happened, and some exchanges had taken place. I don't have anything further to share about that particular meeting. Sudhi?
Sir, Shuti Chri from Bloomberg. So adding on to Ajay's question, if you could give us an understanding as to who the Indian official, India has sacked, and can you confirm or deny? Is it, following the investigation on the thwarted, assassination attempt on Panun? Also, could you give us an understanding as to who has gone to the United States, in this regard? What is the level of officers? What is the kind of information that is being exchanged with the United States?
Siddhant.
So Siddhant from Vion. During the EM's visit to Islamabad, we saw a lot of ex-foreign ministers, the foreign ministers and politicians, the ex-foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto, commenting on talks with India. They're saying that India should talk. What is the current view of the Indian government? Any plans to have conversation? Do you see the EM's visit opening a window of opportunity for talks between Pakistan and India?
सर के शर्मा भारत एक्सप्रेस से यूएस का एक स्टेटमेंट आया है कि इंडिया शुड टेक द एलिगेशन ऑफ कनाडा वेरी सीरियसली. इसका सर क्या मतलब?
मधु
सर मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज नेशन से मेरा भी सवाल पाकिस्तान से जुड़ा है कि ईएम की विजिट के दौरान क्या साइड लाइन में कोई बातचीत पाकिस्तान की किसी प्रतिनिधि से हुई? बातचीत हुई तो उसका मसला क्या था, किन मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई, और क्या भारत और पाकिस्तान के संबंधों को वापस पटरी पर लाने की कोई पहल भारत की तरफ से की गई है? एक सवाल और मेरा जुड़ा हुआ है, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को लेकर आपने कहा कि उनके भी दरअसल जो गैंग के गुर्गे हैं, लोग हैं, उनको लेकर भी एक्स्ट्राडिशन की मांग हमने की है. तो ये कौन है दरअसल, और किस तरह के क्रिमिनल चार्जेस उस गिरोह पर है जिसको लेकर हमने मांग की?
सर ब्रह्म प्रकाश हूँ न्यूज़ इंडिया से. मेरा सवाल है कि कनाडा के प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह से मीडिया में कहा है कि G20 के दौरान भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री के समक्ष उन्होंने निज्जर हत्या मामले की बात की थी, और भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उनसे कहा था कि कनाडा में कुछ लोग हैं जिनको वो गिरफ्तार होते हुए देखना चाहते हैं. तो कितने लोग हैं भारत की लिस्ट में? क्या जो अभी आपने नाम बताया वही लोग हैं जो भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा जिनको अरेस्ट होते हुए देखना चाहते हैं? कितनी है उनकी संख्या? थैंक यू.
Okay, first Sudhi, I'll come to your question on, I just confirmed that yes, this particular gentleman, he is not part of the Government of India setup, he's not an employee. Beyond that, I don't have anything to share with you. Regarding people who've gone to the United States, I would say that these are members of the high-level inquiry committee that had been set up in November of 2023 to look into the inputs that were shared with us by the US, and we have been telling you that we have taken these inputs very seriously, and we remained engaged with the US side on this particular matter. Two members of the high-level committee, they've traveled there and they've held meetings with the US side. So that is what I have to share with you. On Pakistan, we had, when our External Affairs Minister was to travel to Islamabad for SCO meeting, we had made it very clear, we had issued a statement that a press release rather, that this particular visit is for SCO head of government meeting. Beyond that, in Islamabad, you would have seen the only bilateral meeting that our External Affairs Minister had was with Mongolia. Other than that, there were some pleasantries which were exchanged on the sidelines of the meeting, especially during lunch and dinner. That is all that we have to say about his visit as in relation to the question that you asked. Mohanji, on State Department's comments, I did mention when I was answering Ayushi's question that as regards the allegations, we have, you would have seen PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the allegations, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomats. So that is our response to your question on the comments of the State Department. मधु, आपने सुना मैंने कि पाकिस्तान में एससीओ के साइडलाइन में क्या बातचीत हुई. एससीओ के साइडलाइन में जो एक बायलैटरल मीटिंग हुई मंगोलिया से हुआ, उसके अलावा कोई और मीटिंग नहीं हुई, कोई पुलसाइड मीटिंग भी नहीं हुई. जो औपचारिकताएं होती है, इनफॉर्मल बातचीत, कर्टसीज जो होता है वो हुआ, वो खाने के दौरान, भोजन के दौरान. उसके अलावा वहाँ पर पाकिस्तानी साइड से किसी और तरीके का कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के बारे में, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के गैंग और अन्य गैंग के बारे में, सिंडिकेट्स के बारे में हमने कनाडा से कई साल पहले और हाल में भी उनको बताया है, उनसे प्रोविजनल अरेस्ट का रिक्वेस्ट किया है। अब तक उन्होंने इस पे कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया है, ना कोई अरेस्ट किया है। और हम लोग तो बार बार ये बात कहते रहे हैं कि इतने सारे लोग जो जिनके बारे में आपको बताया जा रहा है, जो एंटी इंडिया एक्टिविटीज़ वहाँ करते हैं, जो अलगाववादी ताकतों को जो बढ़ावा देते हैं, उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। लेकिन उन्होंने अभी तक इस मामले पर फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच के मामले में को आगे लाके वो कहते हैं कि ये फ्रीडम स्पीच का मामला है, हम इसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ये बेबुनियाद है, हमारे तरफ से ये बेबुनियाद है। उन्होंने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया जो हमारे कोर कंसर्न्स है उस पर अभी तक। और उसके पीछे एक राजनीतिक मंशा भी है जो आप जानते हैं। ब्रह्म प्रकाश, आपका सवाल G20 के दौरान से अब तक मैंने कहा, जो हम लोग अपने प्रेस वक्तव्य में भी कहा है कि कनाडा जो है हमारे पर एलिगेशंस लगाता आ रहा है, लेकिन आज तक किसी प्रकार का एक खर भी जो कहते हैं वो उस प्रकार का कोई सबूत आज तक उन्होंने नहीं दिया है। आपके सवाल में कुछ और भी था?
प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने उनसे कहा था कि कनाडा में कुछ लोग हैं जिनको वो अरेस्ट होते देखना चाहते हैं, तो उसको लेकर कितनी संख्या है जो भारत के पास?
देखिए, आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में और पिछले साल और उससे पहले भी किस प्रकार की गतिविधियां वहां पर कई एक शहरों में चलती है। हमारे लीडरशिप को लेके वहां पर एंटी इंडिया एक्टिविटीज़ जो चलती है, और जब भी ऐसा कुछ होता है तो हम लोग वहाँ के सरकार से ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई कीजिए, क्योंकि ये अलगाववादी ताकत, ये वायलेंस जो हमारे खिलाफ है, इसको बढ़ावा नहीं दिया सकता है। ये हमारे रिश्तों के खिलाफ है, ये हमारा कंसर्न है, सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न है, ये हमारा सुरक्षा का कंसर्न है उस पर, लेकिन आज तक उस पर कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया है। Shall we go ahead?
So thank you. This is Gautam Lairi. Question regarding Bangladesh. That today afternoon, Bangladesh International Crime Tribunal has issued an arrest warrant against Sheikh Hasina and others, and asked the authority to produce her in front of the court next month. So, what will be the India's stance on this issue? And secondly, there are many reports are coming out in Bangladesh whether Sheikh Hasina is in India or left India, came back to India, and India government has given a travel document. So how far, whether any status of Sheikh Hasina has changed, or is, as she on her request or on a short notice she is staying here, whether the same status is continuing?
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV accesses the charge sheet in Salman Khan house shooting case. The charge sheet says that Bishnoi gang commissioned a contract killing of Salman Khan worth 25 lakh rupees. Breakthrough in Bahraich violence case. Accused shot in the encounter while he was trying to flee to Nepal. 2 accused have been arrested by cops. NDA's mega show of strength on Valmiki Jayanti. Prime Minister chairs meeting with NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers in Chandigarh. This after Naib Singh Saini took oath as Haryana Chief Minister for the second time. Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal confirms that there is no talks on cricket during Pakistan visit.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru.
Welcome back. Big development in the Bahraich violence case. Sarfaraz, the accused of violence in Bahraich, he was encountered. The encounter took place near Rupaidiha border of Nepal. Sarfaraz has been injured in this particular encounter. He was planning to escape to Nepal. Remember, today itself, his close associate Danish, he was also arrested. UP police has increased the search in the border area and located him in the encounter. Through this particular encounter. In fact, my colleague Ranveer joins us to get us more on this. Ranveer, what are the details that you can give us at this particular point regarding this story?
The main accused in the Bahraich firing case was Sarfaraz, and he has been arrested by UP police near Indo-Nepal border in Bahraich. Sarfaraz, who was accused in firing at Ram Gopal Mishra in Bahraich on Sunday evening when the procession was going on for Durga idol's immersion. But the violence in the Bahraich district has emerged because of that firing case, and that's why UP police and UP STF was searching for this main accused Sarfaraz. And today UP police and UP STF arrested Muhammad Fahim and also Muhammad Talib, Muhammad Sarfaraz, Muhammad Hamid and Muhammad Afzal. So UP police, as per the press release, says that UP police nabbed Muhammad Fahim and Muhammad Talib today, and to recover the arm used in that incidents of the firing, they were reaching that spot, and while reaching that spot, Sarfaraz, who was the main accused, fired on UP police, and then in an encounter, police shot at him. But in an encounter, he was injured and being shifted to Nanpara CSC for treatment. As per doctors, his condition is stable and he will be referred to District Hospital Bahraich for further treatment. So he's out of danger and he is in police custody. So total arrest, the main accused in this violence case were 5, and they were Muhammad Fahim, Muhammad Talib, Muhammad Sarfaraz, Muhammad Hamid and Muhammad Afzal. So all 5 main accused and also 52 others has been arrested in this violence case. On Sunday evening, a clash between 2 communities had emerged, and it resulted into a violence on Monday when both the communities came in front of each other due to some hot argument on Sunday evening, and that resulted into a violence on Monday. So police was searching for the main accused, Sarfaraz, who was accused of firing at Ram Gopal Mishra on Sunday evening, and he is in police custody now. So as per reports, police will grill him and know the why he shot at Ram Gopal Mishra. So a big achievement for UP police, because he was trying to escape to Nepal to escape arresting. But now, after close surveillance at the Indo-Nepal border, UP police and UP STF, he has been arrested and is under police custody.
All right, Ranveer Singh, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in this particular story. In fact, let's listen in to what the SP had to say.
जी 13/10/2024 को महाराजगंज में जो एक दुखद और दुर्दांत घटना घटी थी, जिसमें एक युवक की गोली मार के हत्या कर दी गई थी, उसी केस में पुलिस द्वारा व्यापक स्तर पे रेडिंग विभिन्न स्थानों की जा रही थी मुख्य अभियुक्तों की तलाश में। उनमें से 5 मुख्य अभियुक्त हमारी हिरासत में आ गए हैं, जिनमें से 2 जो हैं मोहम्मद सरफराज उर्फ रिंकू और मोहम्मद तालिम उर्फ सबलू। इनकी निशानदेही पे जब पुलिस की टीम नानपारा क्षेत्र में मर्डर वेपन की रिकवरी के लिए गई, तो वहां पे इन्होंने मर्डर वेपन को लोडेड हालत में रखा हुआ था, जिसको लेकर पुलिस पर फायर किया गया। पुलिस ने अपनी आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायरिंग की, जिसमें इन दोनों को गोली लगी है। ये घायल हुए हैं, इनको उपचार के लिए पहुंचा दिया गया है, और जो अन्य 3 अभियुक्त हैं उनको भी हमने हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। आज 5 को औपचारिक रूप से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। सभी के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की जाएगी। रासुका की कार्रवाई भी जल्द इनके विरुद्ध अमल में लाई जाएगी, और अन्य जो अभियुक्त हैं उनकी तलाश भी जारी है। हमारी टीम्स ग्राउंड पे लगी हुई हैं। जी अभी उपचाराधीन है, घायल है, मौत किसी की नहीं हुई है।
All right, we have with us Mr. A.K. Jain, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, welcome to NDTV. I just want to understand from you, what is as a former police officer, what is the police strategy that is involved in such cases? Just give us a breakdown of how things are managed in such particular cases.
There was a serious incident of breach of law and order in Bahraich during Durga Puja immersions. And naturally, there was criticism also of UP police and UP government regarding zero tolerance policy. And this, I think, was first, in my opinion, is first communal incident in the last 7 years, which had taken place in Uttar Pradesh. Deterrent action has been taken against the accused who had shot dead Ram Gopal Mishra, and it led to so much of violence, arson in Bahraich, because people were very, very agitated the way Ram Gopal Mishra was shot dead and he was brutally beaten up. So arrests have been made. Yesterday, a theory was there that all the accused, they have managed to escape to Nepal, but they have been nabbed near Nepal border. But police was alert. They didn't want the accused to cross over to Nepal, because otherwise then it becomes difficult to get them back in custody. So two of them, as SP Vrinda Shukla has said, when police was there to recover the weapons were in loaded condition and they fired at the police. Police also fired back and they have been injured in the legs. 3 more arrests have been made. Yesterday, 1 arrest had been made. It will have a lot of impact on the law and order and communal situation in not only in Bahraich but in entire Uttar Pradesh. In coming period also, you have many festivals, and people will realize that if such mischief will be done, if such planning will be done, and law and order issue will be created, police will give befitting reply, and befitting reply has been given by Bahraich police, and now I think things will cool down in Bahraich and the neighboring areas.
So you mentioned about the impact that it might have on the communities there, and how do you think is there going to be a pressure now on the UP police as well as the UP government, especially like you mentioned that a communal incident like this, it has not taken place in the last 7 years. Do you think there is now going to be more added pressure on both the government as well as the police there?
Police is already alert, and they are on alert mode at police station level, outpost level. Intelligence is being beefed up throughout the state. DGP has passed detailed instructions, and all those who have been found of neglecting the duties, they are being removed from the field. Weapons are being cleaned, and anti-riot drills are being held at the police stations, police lines. Reserves are being kept at police lines at strategic places. I think now there was incident, it was unfortunate, but now UP police is in command, and I don't think anybody will dare to commit such an act which was committed at Maharajganj Kasbah. And if anybody will do it, then he will get the lesson.
Do you also feel, sir, that there is now an opportunity for the government as well to just make those outreach efforts and just to assure the public and maintain their trust that they have had for the last 7 years?
Yes, Chief Minister met the family of the deceased Ram Gopal Mishra. They were also assured. Police is meeting the prominent people of all the communities throughout the state, and meetings of Suraksha Samiti. Suraksha Samiti are being organized just to maintain communal peace, just to tell people that police is there. If there is any issue, you inform us. There is no need to take law and order in your own hands, and police is firmly in control. And once you give a message, you send a message to us that this all this is required, it will be done, but don't take law in your hands. And police is there to maintain law and order, and all the festivals will pass off peacefully.
All right, Mr. A.K. Jain, they're speaking to NDTV. So thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll slip into a very short break now, but we'll be back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India's
Welcome back. We are tracking the big story of the Bahraich encounter and the arrests. Sarfaraz, the main accused of the violence, he was arrested in the encounter. After the encounter, this encounter, remember, took place near the Nepal's border. Sarfaraz, he has been injured in this particular encounter. We heard the SP of Bahraich speaking to the media, where she said that multiple people have been taken under arrest, and all these people, they are injured, and the police is going to once that procedure is done, the police is going to start investigating this entire matter. In fact, I'm currently joined by the UPSTF chief and the ADG, Amitabh Yash. Sir, can you just describe the circumstances leading to this particular encounter?
You are aware that a communal conflagration had taken place in Kasbah Maharajganj of Bahraich district. It started off during a procession, a religious procession, and one person who had been murdered during that procession. There were 5 accused in this case: Mohammad Sarfaraz, Mohammad Talib, Mohammad Fahim, Abdul Hamid, and Mohammad Azhar. All those 5 have been arrested, and 2 of them have been injured in an exchange of fire. Now, the investigations are on, and the entire circumstances that led to the incident and the entire incident and how it happened, everything is being investigated. The weapon used for the murder has been recovered by the police.
So I just want to understand the investigation progress in this particular case. How does this arrest impact the overall investigation now?
These accused will be able to give us the details of their network, the entire incident, and whatever network they used to evade the police for the last few days.
Right. In fact, sir, I also just want to understand from you, did the accused fire first at the police there?
The information that is available from the district police is that these accused had been taken for the recovery of weapons, and the accused grabbed these weapons and fired. It was a short exchange, and the accused were again taken to the hospital.
So one final word from you. How will this arrest now affect the community tension that is there at the moment, and what is the police doing currently in order to maintain peace in the region?
There has been peace has been restored in the area, and the police is constantly patrolling those areas where the conflagration has taken place. There is a high alert in the neighboring districts and also in other districts which are communally sensitive. We are absolutely sure that this problem will be contained. Now that the accused have been arrested, the grounds of the other parties would also be arrested. And these accused can be brought into the circumstances.
Sir, I also want to understand from you, what have we found in the investigation so far?
I cannot share the details of the investigation.
Okay.
But the police is doing a good job in as far as the investigation and containment of violence is concerned.
But can you give us a sense of the motive behind this entire violence in Bahraich, sir?
This area had simmering dispute. There is an area of mixed population from where various processions passed during the and the police maintained high alert. This time it seems that there was either some laxity or the police were outnumbered, and some conflagration took place which ultimately led to this murder. The circumstances that led to this murder are being investigated, and very soon we will conclude the investigation.
All right. Sir, can you also confirm the condition of the injured accused there?
I think they're safe. The latest information that I have received from the police that the accused are out of danger and they are being treated. Very soon they will be interrogated, and the rest of the investigation will be completed.
So I also want to get a sense of, were there only 5 people, 5 accused in this particular case, or is the police also looking to find out if other people were also involved in this particular case?
The investigation is in a preliminary stage.
Okay.
Once these 5 are interrogated, we'll have the complete picture.
All right, Mr. Amitabh Yash, the UP STF Chief, ADGP, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV and giving us all the details, sir. Meanwhile, the Bahraich violence case, 2 accused, they were shot and 5 people have been arrested in this particular encounter is what the UP STF chief has confirmed in an exclusive chat with NDTV there. Meanwhile, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
शिवाजी अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत मग का भरत नाही राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम
MEA slams Trudeau's hypocrisy yet again. MEA says there is a clear pattern to smear India. There's an update in the Bahraich violence. The accused has been shot dead in an encounter. Breakthrough in the violence that happened in Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh. The accused has been shot dead in an encounter while he was trying to flee to Nepal. 2 accused have also been arrested by cops. An update in the Salman Khan house shooting case. NDTV has accessed the charge sheet now. Bishnoi gang commission contract killing, contract of 20 lakhs given to kill Salman Khan. Big day for Haryana today. NDA's mega show of strength on Valmiki Jayanti. This mega show of strength on Valmiki Jayanti, Prime Minister also chaired a meeting with NDA Chief Ministers today and Deputy Chief Ministers. All of this in Chandigarh after Naab Singh Saini took oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time. In an unfortunate huge tragedy in Bihar, over 20 people are dead. Well, the MEA has yet again called out Canada's hypocrisy, saying that there is a clear pattern to malign India. In fact, the MEA in its weekly presser said that India wanted to extradite Lawrence Bishnoi gang. The MEA spokesperson has also said that PM's One India comments, actions that we have requested against anti-India goes against One India. No gap, no action has been taken. In fact, there's gap between action and words. Those strong words coming from MEA spokesperson today, slamming Canada. Canada has put out false imputation against Indian diplomats. That's what MEA has said. MEA has also said that Indian visa operations are currently on, but we have put our position very clearly to Australia on the Canada route. That's what MEA has said. The Ministry of External Affairs, remembered last night, also affirmed its stand after Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau testified before a commission of inquiry. In the midst of this massive diplomatic row, the MEA said that it only confirms New Delhi's consistent stand that Canada has presented us no evidence in support of the serious allegations that the country has been raising and choosing to level against Indian diplomats. Let's first listen in to what the MEA spokesperson Randeep Jaiswal said today before going across to my colleagues for more details on this.
We have made our position very clear that serious charges have been leveled against us, but so far, as we said in our press release a few days back, and it was reiterated yet again yesterday or today morning, earlier hours this morning, so far Canada has not given any evidence in support of the very serious allegations that they've leveled against India and against Indian diplomats. We also see there is a pattern. The pattern is motivated by political considerations on the part of the Canadian Trudeau government. There is also, as we have said, there's a clear pattern to smear India for reasons best known to them. We have made our position very clear on this particular matter. You would have seen that several press releases have been issued in the last 2 days, putting out our position, which we are very clear that since September of 2023, the Canadian government has not shared any shred of information with us. Yesterday, again, after the public inquiry, public hearing, we had again issued a statement saying that Canada has leveled serious allegations, but has so far not given any evidence to back it up. As far as the allegations are concerned, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the As far as my information is concerned, there are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. These are over the last decade or more. Along with it, there are several provisional arrest requests which are also pending with the Canadian side of several criminals. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them and or to take due action as per law. So far, while we have exchanged and given these information, so far no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request.
My colleague Kadambini, who tracks the MEA for us, joins us for a chat. Kadambini, big takeaways there from, of course, India doubling down on its position that it has been asking Canada to stop its anti-India activities. To Randeep Jaiswal also talking about other things such as Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Tell us the big takeaways from this weekly presser of MEA that really turned out to be quite longer than usual.
Well, yes, it was a full house today in the weekly briefing, and it was almost, it went on for around an hour. And the Canada, the story is the biggest story. Almost all the questions were Canada related. And as we have shown our audience how it has unfolded, India stands very firm on its stance that it has nothing to do with the accusation. The accusations are not right. And the spokesperson has clearly said that even now, till now, from 2023 September till now, there has not been a shred of evidence. He was asked about all sorts of questions, whether the visa issues will be, visa workings would be affected. As for now, visas are being issued. There is no stopping the visas. The people who are there, the diplomats who are there, are working as much as possible. But the diplomats who have been called back, they have been called back because of security issues. Now, the questions were also asked about the statements of Jagmeet Singh. So MEA is very clear about it. He is not part of the government. These are his personal opinions. He can say whatever he wants, and MEA has no comment on that. As far as allies are concerned, those who have raised concern, talked about rule of law. As far as the US is concerned, UK is concerned, and New Zealand. So MEA has said that they are noting all these, but they have had no conversation regarding these comments from the allies. Although India is very clear about the fact that the accusations are not right. These are politically motivated accusations by Trudeau government, and they have expressed once again that Trudeau himself in the Foreign Interference Commission, he has accepted that there was no evidence, and that is exactly what India has been saying all along. So it was once again, India has had very scathing remarks as far as PM Trudeau is concerned, and it has also said that its position is clear, and that is exactly what Trudeau also has said in front of the Commission, and that is truth itself, that is the proof itself how Canada has treated this entire issue of allegations against India.
Right. Kadambini, also tell us, what did the MEA spokesperson say about Lawrence Bishnoi gang, saying that the extradition requests are with Canada, but there's not been much action on them?
Well, this was quite extraordinary because usually in MEA briefings, we do not hear of names of these gangsters or gangs, but this is the first time maybe that the gangsters' names have been spoken out here. And he has also said that the 26 extradition requests have been pending for more than a decade. There are also some provisional arrest requests which have not been acted upon. And these also include the members of gang of Lawrence Bishnoi. Now, he also named out around 5 names who are like noted criminals who have not been arrested there. There is no action at all. And as we heard him saying that though Trudeau talks about one India, the actions are not aligned with that one India idea which he is talking about. So there is a difference between words and action. So the names were spoken out in MEA briefing of the criminals. That itself is quite extraordinary.
Right. Thank you, Kadamini, for joining us with those very critical details. MEA there, India's External Affairs Ministry yet again slamming the Canada government for its allegations on Indian diplomats. Moving on to other important stories, domestic politics now. The Uttar Pradesh police on Thursday shot 2 accused in the Bahraich violence case. The injured accused, identified as Sarfaraz and Talib, were trying to escape to Nepal. Sarfaraz, in fact, accused of violence in Bahraich, was encountered and arrested. The encounter took place near the border of Nepal. Sarfaraz has been injured in this encounter. He was planning to escape to Nepal. Today itself, his close associate Danish was also arrested. UP police has increased their searches in the border area. They have located him and arrested him through encounter. In fact, let's look at some political reactions to this.
मोहम्मद सरफराज उर्फ रिंकू और मोहम्मद तालिम उर्फ सबलू, इनकी निशानदेही पे जब पुलिस की टीम नानपारा क्षेत्र में मर्डर वेपन की रिकवरी के लिए गई तो वहां पे इन्होंने मर्डर वेपन को लोडेड हालत में रखा हुआ था, जिसको लेकर पुलिस पर फायर किया गया। पुलिस ने अपनी आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायरिंग की, जिसमें इन दोनों को गोली लगी है। ये घायल हुए हैं, इनको उपचार के लिए पहुंचा दिया गया है और जो अन्य 3 अभियुक्त हैं उनको भी हमने हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। आज 5 को औपचारिक रूप से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। सभी के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अन्य जो अभियुक्त हैं उनकी तलाश भी जारी है। हमारी टीम्स ग्राउंड पे लगी हुई हैं।
Sanjay Sahai joins us for a quick chat on this. Thank you, Mr. Sahai, for joining us on this broadcast. Well, the clashes in Bahraich happened, they started over this occasion over music that was played on loudspeakers, and there was an immersion procession that was happening. The matter, of course, escalated and firing started. Now, 30 people have been at least detained, many more actually, and then this accused have been shot. What do you think, what kind of, how does this reflect on the UP police, which has often been criticized for these encounters? How does the police community look at something like this?
We'll go a step backwards, and that is primarily how this Durga Puja procession, the immersion procession, was taking place and why the whole incident took place. So starting from that point, the capability of the police to control that particular procession, that also in areas dominated by Muslims, which are areas where there's likelihood of communal tension and things to go awry. So what went awry was the music that was being played. And I think there was also based on the public domain information. I think some people also tried to put down the green flag and they wanted to put some saffron flag and things of that nature. So there was a good amount of provocation. That is not to support or give an explanation for why the violence happened. But when the violence started, the UP police was not in a position to control. And also the subsequent day, I think when there was a procession of the person who got killed by gunshots in this particular procession. So there also the violence went off again. And what do we go by the public domain and the visual media? We have seen this huge amount of violence which has happened. Now, there is a pressure on the police, which is generally the case, to nab the accused. And the UP police went to nab the accused. We will not get into the encounter story. If we believe that everything is right, so they went there as to what SP was saying right now, that they were these accused had loaded weapons and they fired on the police party. In retaliation, the fire was done by the police also. There was exchange of fire, and Sarfaraz and Talib, these 2 suffered injuries. They have been hospitalized, and other 3 people all are in the custody of the police. See, generally by the overall logic of things, it does not make great sense to be in the encounter mode over and over again. There was also talk about some bulldozer justice also. Whether that has transpired or not, I'm not aware of.
Right.
But on the face of it, when the incident happened, there seemed to be some lack of control by the police, both on the side of the organizers and when it flared up, on controlling the whole situation and the subsequent violence which took place. Today's story, for the time being, where we go by the version of the UP police, that these people were trying to flee to Nepal and these people were nabbed after there was exchange of fire between the suspects or accused and the police party.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Saib. But also joining me now is my colleague Ranveer. Ranveer, tell us about the political twist that this case has taken, with both SP and Congress blaming the Yogi Adityanath-led BJP government for not handling this properly. And clearly, you know, this criticism around police high-handedness is also on. But Amitabh Yash also told NDTV just a while ago that the first shots were fired by the accused. So clearly, what happened and what is the update on this case? Where is the investigation on in this particular case?
Look, there were total 5 main accused, out of which 2 main accused, Sarfaraz and Talib, both were in police custody. And when police was visiting the spot where they hidden the arms used in the violence in Bahraich, then the arms were loaded and they knew it, and then they tried to fire on the cops who were there. So for self-defense, police also fired, and in the encounter, both of them got injuries on the leg, and they have been shifted to CSC Nanpara. As far as political issues are concerned, obviously opposition has targeted government over fake encounters, and this is not the first time. Earlier also, the opposition targeted Yogi government, saying that UP has become a capital state of encounters because UP police do fake encounter. So this is a political allegation, obviously, but as far as police claim is concerned, police says that both the accused, they tried to shot at police, but during the encounter, they have been nabbed near the Indo-Nepal border in Bahraich. So both these accused, Sarfaraz and Talib, they were involved in the violence in Bahraich, and as Sarfaraz was the man who shot at Ram Gopal Mishra, in which Ram Gopal Mishra died, and that erupted a violence in Bahraich on Sunday evening and also on Monday. So that was a big clash between two communities, which was erupted due to firing by Sarfaraz, and police was searching for Sarfaraz. And today, all 5 main accused, earlier also police nabbed more than 50 accused in this violence case and registered more than 10 FIRs, but police was searching for all these 5 main accused, and they are in police custody now. So the investigation is going on, the identification of the accused who were involved in violence in Bahraich on Sunday evening and Monday afternoon. So police is trying to identify all those who are involved in the violence, and they are trying to nab them. But the priority of police was to nab Sarfaraz because he was the main accused, and now he is in police custody, although he is getting some treatment in CSC Nanpara, and the doctor inside CSC, he said that he will refer Sarfaraz to civil hospital because he is out of danger. So the grilling by police will go once he will recover completely.
Right. Thank you, Ranveer, for joining us with those details. Remember, these clashes escalated after a Durga idol emotion procession took place in Bahraich, and of course, one person died there. Unfortunately, police conducted flag marches today. But NDTV also spoke to Amitabh Yash, who is at the center of this storm, and he is the chief of UP STF. And there are some very important points that he made. Let's listen into that conversation.
Currently joined by the UP STF chief and the ADG Amitabh Yash. Sir, can you just describe the circumstances leading to this particular encounter?
You are aware that a communal conflagration had taken place in Kasbah Maharajganj of Bahraich district. It started off during a procession, a religious procession, and one person had been murdered during that procession. There were 5 accused in this case: Muhammad Sarfaraz, Muhammad Talib, Muhammad Fahim, Abdul Hamid, and Muhammad Azhar. All those 5 have been arrested, and 2 of them have been injured in an exchange of fire. Now the investigations are on, and the entire circumstances that led to the incident and the entire incident and how it happened, everything is being investigated. The weapon used for the murder has been recovered by the police.
So I just want to understand the investigation progress in this particular case. How does this arrest impact the overall investigation now?
These accused will be able to give us the details of their network, the entire incident, and whatever network they used to evade the police for the last few days.
Right. In fact, sir, I also just want to understand from you, did the accused fire first at the police there?
That is how the police returned fire. The information that is available from the district police is that these accused had been taken for the recovery of weapons, and the accused grabbed these weapons and fired. It was a short exchange, and the accused were again taken to the hospital.
So one final word from you. How will this arrest now affect the community tension that is there at the moment, and what is the police doing currently in order to maintain peace in the region?
There has been peace has been restored in the area, and the police is constantly patrolling those areas where the conflagration has taken place. There is a high alert in the neighboring districts and also in other districts which are communally sensitive. We are absolutely sure that this problem will be contained. Now that the accused have been arrested, the grounds of the other parties should also be arrested, and these accused can be brought into the circumference.
Sir, I also want to understand from you, what have we found in the investigation so far?
I cannot share the details of the investigation, but the police is doing a good job in as far as the investigation and containment of violence is concerned.
But can you give us a sense of the motive behind this entire violence in Bahraich, sir?
This area had simmering dispute. There is an area of population from where various processions passed during the police maintained high alert. This time it seems that there was either some laxity or the police were outnumbered, and some confrontation took place which ultimately led to this murder. The circumstances that led to this murder are being investigated, and very soon we will conclude the investigation.
All right. Sir, can you also confirm the condition of the injured accused there?
I think they're safe. The latest information that I have received from the police that accused are out of danger and they are being treated. Very soon they will be interrogated.
So UP-STF Chief Amitabh Yash talking about the main accused in the Bahraich violence being shot at. Today he is injured. Remember, these clashes took place and they were related to the procession that took place during the immersion of Durga Idol, and that also led to some communal clashes, and of course more than 60 people have been detained by UP police. Moving on to other stories, there's an update. There's a big revelation in the charge sheet that has been filed by Navi Mumbai police in the case of firing near Salman Khan's house. A contract of rupees 25 lakh was in fact taken out to kill the actor in the name of Bollywood actor Salman Khan. Navi Mumbai police has filed a charge sheet saying that this charge sheet in fact has been filed against 5 people that Bishnoi gang had taken out a contract for rupees 25 lakh to kill this actor. The accused were also preparing to buy state-of-the-art weapons from Pakistan and other countries. In fact, Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was also killed using some of these weapons. The accused were also conspiring to kill the actor. In fact, it has been told in the charge sheet by Navi Mumbai police that the plan to kill the actor was hatched between August 2023 and April 2024. Police have also said that about 60 to 70 people were keeping track of Salman Khan's movements every day. My colleague Paras Dama has more details on this.
Said first, I want to clarify this matter is of Panvel farmhouse matter. It is Reiki matter which came into light in this entire matter. There is two different matter. One is Salman Khan firing matter which happened outside Salman Khan house, and this is Salman Khan farmhouse Reiki matter. In this entire matter, total of 6 people has been arrested till now, and one person has been arrested from Haryana, Panipat. His name is Sukku the shooter. He is one of the major accused in this entire matter, and the major revelation which has done by NDTV is that there was 25 lakh contract which was given by Lawrence Bishnoi gang to Sukha in this entire matter. Sukha had planned everything. He was the one who was doing Reiki of Salman Khan farmhouse, and with that the main thing which was given to him was to buy arms and ammunitions to attempt the killing of Salman Khan, superstar Salman Khan. So he was in constant touch with the dealer of Lawrence Bishnoi gang who is in Pakistan, and from that AK-47, M16 and Zenga gun which was used to kill Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer. So this is a very, very important thing which has came into light in this entire matter. With that, the escape plan was also ready in this entire matter. With that, there was 60-70 people who was continuously doing Reiki and monitoring all the position of Salman Khan, where he used to go Salman Khan house in Bandra. They used to Reiki there. They used to go to Salman Khan farmhouse. They used to go to the film city area where Salman used to shoot. So there was all the thing was done by this Sukhu gang and Lawrence Bishnoi gang to kill Salman Khan, and the 25 lakh rupees contract was also given. So this is a very interesting thing which has came into light.
Also joining us now is Nirmal Kaur, who's a former IPS officer, and Ved Thapar, who's an actor. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Nirmal Kaur, starting with you first, ma'am, how do you see these revelations that have come out? There are around 60 to 70 people who were monitoring, in some ways, keeping a track of Salman Khan's movements every day. They were also in talks with different countries to procure different kinds of weapons. We've seen what happened with Sidhu Moosewala. Is there no way to sort of really prevent a crime like this before it occurs?
I think murder as such, I mean, in the general sense, is not a preventable crime. Unlike the crimes for property and all, which are preventable, like, burglary, dacoity, robbery. Those are perhaps, they fall in the class of, but if somebody is really determined to kill you, he'll kill you somehow. That is what the professional kind of culling is of the matter. But still, that doesn't mean that we don't try and stop and prevent these things. But if there are 50, 60 people wrecking you, that means they are very, very thorough and they mean business. They are wrecking you and they are watching your every movement, recording what are the possibilities, where you will be most vulnerable. And they're also trying to source all the weapons. The contract which was given out, Supari jo di gayi, the Supari which is given out, and that handler in Pakistan, Dogar. Dogar was contacted and weapons are being attached. And his handler, Dogar, is sitting in Pakistan. Sukha, who's been arrested today. That is what has come to the light today after that. And now he will be interrogated. Navi Mumbai police will bring him to Bombay. And I'm sure they'll examine him and interrogate him regarding the Baba Siddiqui border also. Okay. Because the two are definitely, if they are products of the same thing.
Okay.
They'll be interrogating him in Baba Siddiqui.
As an artist, as an actor, how is the industry looking at something like this? Because this can be quite scary. It could be terrifying. A lot of actors, a lot of people are still struggling to make it big in the industry. They live they live quite isolated lives. They live alone. What kind of impact does this have on the mental health of artists, and also actors? Does this scare you?
So one thing is very sure, that artists are very sensitive. They work to entertain the people. And of course, these kind of thing affects the peace, the equilibrium of the mind, of the society, the whole society. But the actors are very sensitive people. They are very true to their job, and they are really worried about these kind of things. And when these kind of things happens to our very darling star, Salman Khan Saab, outside his home and all these things, and all other incidents took place, and all the actors are together. All the actors are concerned about the society. All the actors are really want to help the society, the police and all these things. But then, of course, there is a fear inside, of course. We cannot deny that.
Right. Nirmal Kaur, also, we're talking about shooters here, and when we talk about Lawrence Bishnoi gang, he has a team of over 200 shooters. How is it even possible to keep a track of so many people at the same time, and many of them may not even be registered, under their real names. They may not even be history sheeters. How challenging is this a job for the police, because this also involves police officials from different jurisdictions and also different states?
Most
Very
of the
right. We are
people he has,
145 crore.
uses.
Okay, Veda, I'll come back to you. Ms. Kaur, yes, ma'am.
I said most of the people he uses, most of the people he's using it there on his roles or, contract or whatever, these are the people he's met in, while he was in jail. He and his associates, while they're in jail, they reach out to these petty criminals. They, they lure him. Even the petty criminals want to make it big. And that is how they come to his gang, officially or unofficially. And then they are given these, this right of baptism by fire, that you have to kill so-and-so, and that is when you become an honored member of the gang. That kind of thing goes on a lot in the underworld. It happened with the Daud gang also. And this kind of a thing, where it is being presented as a challenge to the new criminals who are yet to prove themselves in the world of crime. That is how he's enrolling people or using them and keeping track of these 200 people here and there. I mean, it's difficult because there are no boundaries really. It's not that it's being committed in one district or one state. It's a multi-state operation, even going outside, like handlers sitting in Pakistan, weapons being sourced from Pakistan. So all this is difficult, but it has to be done. Whatever, it has to be done, and it is being done. Bombay police, their professionalism, nobody can doubt. But definitely there is somewhere some leakage or some compromise somewhere in the jails or somewhere. That cannot be ruled out. That is always so. But despite that, if such successes are coming to the police, that means police is very professional. They mean business, and they want to really crack the gang. That is the impression, from the media reports one gets.
Right. Ved Thapar, if you look at social media, there's also a section that heroizes, someone like Lawrence Bishnoi and somebody, there are people who talk about justifying a crime like this. There are also people who are on the other side who feel that this is completely wrong. Is social media a boon for actors and artists like you at times like this? Because it also, involves in building communities, or sometimes do you feel that it gets a bit too much?
Social media is playing a very big part in the society. But these kind of negative things produced by the people and for their likes and for that they become famous and all these things. This is a negative thing, and this has to be checked by the police and the related departments, because these kind of things, these kind of shots, this kind of interest towards the criminals, creating a lot of problem in the society, and not only for the film jagat, but for the common people also. But we have 100% faith on our police and the departments who are working to save the film industry and the actors and all the people who are working in this industry. Still, there is a fear, there is a tension mounting actually in us.
Right. So Ved, does that also stop you from airing your views or, showing support to a certain actor or actress or artist? How does this reflect in your everyday behavior?
I believe not to me and not to any other actor of our film industry that we are not worried about this thing to give our support to Salman Bhai or to all our actors who have faced, or maybe, Ishwar na kare, if in future, if somebody is going to face such thing. We are standing together, our associations, our all brothers and sisters from the film industry. We are together, and we are not at all, we are not thinking about this thing that, oh my God, if I say something, so the other something happened to me.
Right.
Not at all. We are not living in this fear.
Okay. Nirmal Kaur, one last question to you, ma'am. Do you feel there's a return? I mean, we used to talk a lot about contract killings during Abu Salem, Chota Shakil. Do you feel that there's a return to that kind of a time, or did these contract killings never stop?
That is what that is what I thought when my co-panelists were speaking. Because Bollywood always has been in this way of the underworld. They are financing the producers while it was D company. Everyone knows 95, what all did Daud do? He killed all the builders. He was asking for protection money. He was ruling the film industry. It is well known to everyone. And now maybe L company, this Lawrence Bishnoi gang is trying to, make some kind of an, situation there where he wants to replace D company. Maybe, some kind of hold he wants to have over Bollywood. that is a possibility.
Right.
Apart from his professed motive of because he killed a black buck and the Bishnois can't stand, wild animals or, they are for protecting the nature. That's a bit far out because there are 28 other principles.
Right.
29 principles. One is about protecting the animals. What about the 28 others? He should be following all 29 if he is a Bishnoi, not one. So I feel, that always underworld has ruled Bollywood and it will continue to do so. Okay. The names may change. It will be D Company. It will be, the day Gulshan Kumar was killed, there was a big party in Dubai.
Right.
Huge party, huge celebration in which many stars of Bollywood attended that party. It is well known. Well documented by the intelligence agencies. And how they guffawed and said, oh, he was sitting in a Shiv Mandir and Shiv could not protect him. That kind of thing went on there.
More the things change, they also remain the same. That's a valid point. Thank you, Ms. Kaur, and also thank you, Ved, for joining us on this broadcast. Clearly, a lot of revealing, interesting details revealed by the charge sheet that has been filed by Navi Mumbai Police in the Salman Khan's house firing case. Remember, the charge sheet also says that the plan was hatched and it fact took about 1 year for people to sort of finalize it, and there were at least 60 to 70 people keeping track of Salman Khan's everyday movements daily. Clearly interesting details there. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का मिळत नाही. राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And I swipe it there, bound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from maximum city Mumbai
to the seat of power Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra.
Welcome back. Congress faces yet another setback in Haryana. In fact, Captain Ajay Yadav, who is a veteran Congress leader who also heads the party's OBC wing, has now resigned from the party. Going across to my colleague Gurpreet. Gurpreet, tell us a little bit about Captain Ajay Yadav. In fact, he has said that this was personally a very difficult decision for him because his family has been associated with the Congress party for over 70 years. His father was also an MLA. And he has basically resigned from the Congress party. Tell us what really led to this resignation and also the significance of Captain Ajay Yadav.
Well, it's a huge setback to the Congress. As of now, what we can understand, he was one of the top OBC leaders in Haryana politics, and he has a very grassroots level networking for the Congress workers also. So if we can talk about his resignation, what we have learned a few days back, a lot of bashing of Huda that was carried out, and he was also saying at the time when they were trying to do introspection for this losing of Haryana polls in the state of Haryana, that he was saying he was being ignored, being a tall leader of the Congress. He was not proper representation was being given by the party high command and state leadership, and that was one of the reasons why he was feeling demoralized. But now he has taken an extreme step, and he has already conveyed to the party high command, and he has also put his all the statement on X, saying that he has finally given the resignation and also going to withdraw his primary membership from the Congress. So as of now, what we can understand is a huge setback for the Congress, not for Haryana state, even for the central leadership also, because he has been working for the Congress for the last so many years, and family association with the Congress party. So let's see that how they will be able to see this development by giving the resignation, whether they will be able to pacify him or not, that is yet to be seen, and he will explore his further course of action, how he will carry forward his own political career. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet. Also in his resignation note, he says that his father Vidhayak in 1952, and he also says that till Sonia Gandhi was the president of the Congress party, he felt wanted and valued. But of course, after she she resigned, I mean, she sort of gave it to her son and other people in the party. The party high command, in fact, has led to his being dejected and disillusioned with the Congress party. So, was he closer to Sonia Gandhi, and is it the change in the Congress leadership that has also led to this decision, or was it just the Congress party's performance in the 2024 assembly elections of Haryana?
Well, that could be possible reason why, because we have seen Congress was not able to perform much better, and specifically we have seen whether it's Kamari Shailja or Bhupinder Singh Hooda infighting was continued, and today we have seen a grand ceremony was being conducted by the BJP government by making historic victory in the state of Haryana. So all these factors were playing a major role at this point of time, and that could be possible reason why he has taken such an extreme decision at this point of time, because we have seen one side, the BJP has already elevated OBC leader as a chief minister of the state. On the other hand, we have seen he was sidelined by the party high command. He was not given proper value at the time of elections, and previous that he was ignored multiple times, even not calling on the various rallies which were being conducted by the Congress leadership. So these are the specific points why he has decided to take such type of a decision at this point of time. But in a nutshell, if we can see this development, it's a huge setback to the Congress, and how the Congress will be fulfilling this loss of this such a tall leader who had a great association with the Congress party. And as you have already read his post on the X saying that he was one of the having family association with the Congress. So all these points are being raised by Captain Ajay Yadav, because he feels he was being ignored, and it seems that he will not be able to get proper representation. So let's see whether the party high command from the Congress is going to reach out to him or trying to pacify him or not. That is yet to be seen. But as of now, what we can see is a huge loss to the Congress.
Gurpreet for joining us with those details. On the day, BJP created history and of course formed its government in Haryana. Congress loses a veteran OBC face. Captain Ajay Yadav has resigned from the Congress party, saying that he was being sidelined and he was disillusioned with the Congress leadership. Moving on, looking to keep up the pressure on the opposition after the BJP pulled off a stunning victory in Haryana, becoming the first incumbent government to come back to power for the third time. The National Democratic Alliance, in fact, held a meeting of all its chief ministers and deputy CMs from the coalition in Chandigarh today. This was immediately after Nayaab Singh Saini took oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time. The meeting of the CMs and deputy CMs, which comes ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand Assembly elections, was chaired by the Prime Minister. It was attended by Home Minister Amit Shah and several other BJP leaders. My colleague Aishwarya has been tracking this story for us. Aishwarya, very important meeting there. Clearly, the BJP's show of strength, and also the BJP making it very clear that it wants its allies to be on the same page as itself is. So clearly, what kind of discussions and deliberations took place in this meeting, and also what was the agenda?
Well, Vasudha, the meeting is still underway of the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers who travelled to Panchkula for the oath-taking ceremony of Nayaab Singh Saini, and soon after the oath-taking ceremony concluded, it was this one of its kind council's meeting of the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers at Chandigarh, where we are currently reporting from. Prime Minister is still inside. The meeting started at around 3 p.m. and what information that we are picking up from the NDA meeting is that first it was all the NDA leaders who hailed Prime Minister's leadership. It was applauded by them, and BJP President JP Nadda welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi into this meeting, and it was a straightforward message that was sent across by all the NDA leaders that they are together under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and going ahead for Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls as well under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are going with a strong message that they are together, and a show of strength was also showcased when a group photograph of all the CMs and deputy chief ministers of different NDA alliance members were clicked at around 3 p.m. Let me show you these quick visuals from where I am reporting. This is Hotel Lalit in Chandigarh, where the meeting is currently underway of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, currently chairing this particular meeting. It is Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and other senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party also attending this crucial meeting. Along with it, of course, Chandrababu Naidu to Nitish Kumar to Chirag Paswan, all the NDA Alliance members are part of it. But it is, the NDA meeting that took place back in June, and at that point of time, all the leaders attended. But Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Ministers rarely attend such kind of meeting, and it's therefore the reason perhaps it is called one of its kind. But the agenda is very clear: to take India forward, to strengthen India's democracy, and also to celebrate 75 years of Indian Constitution. And certainly amongst that, the discussion is going on, but certainly Prime Minister Narendra Modi being held by all the NDA leaders who are currently attending this meeting.
Right, thank you Aishwarya for joining us with those details. Important show of strength there. Deputy CMs and Chief Ministers of the NDA coalition meeting there in Chandigarh immediately after Nayab Singh Saini was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time. Moving on to another important story, Uttar Pradesh police on Thursday has shot 2 accused in the Bahraich violence case. The injured accused, identified as Sarfaraz and Talib, were trying to escape to Nepal. In fact, Sarfaraz, accused of violence in Bahraich, was encountered and arrested. The encounter took place near the border of Nepal. Sarfaraz has been injured in this encounter. Sarfaraz was in fact planning to escape to Nepal. Today, his close associate Danish was also arrested. UP police has increased searches in the border area, and they located him and arrested him through encounter. Those are the visuals there of both the accused being taken into custody. Both of them were shot at, and they were injured in this attack. In fact, Amitabh Yash, the STF chief of UP police, said that there was an exchange of firing between the police and the accused, and in fact the accused had started this. Joining us now is Tanveer, my colleague, with more details on this. He joins us on the phone line. Tanveer, tell us about the latest update in this case. Are the accused in the police custody, and how is their health now, considering both of them were shot at?
In this case, all 5 main accused are in police custody, including both Sarfaraz and his aide. Both were injured in police firing, and now they are in police custody, and they have been shifted to a district hospital, Bahraich, for further treatment. But the doctors at CSC Nanpara, they said that both the accused are out of danger, and now the police is saying that they'll impose NSA because they have tried to disturb the harmony and the peace in Bahraich district, and now the main challenge was to nab the main accused of Bahraich violence case, and they are in police custody now. So the further legal process will be taken, but a big achievement for UP police, because in Bahraich riot case, the main accused Sarfaraz and his aide both were absconding, and after nabbing them, police tried to recover the arms used in Bahraich violence, and when they were at the spot where they have hidden the arms, they used that loaded pistol on police, and they tried to fire at the cops, but the cops retaliated, and in an encounter, both the accused are injured, and they had shifted to CSC Nanpara for treatment. So UP police is identifying all those who involved in the violence case, but the main focus was on nabbing the main accused, and all 5 main accused are now in police custody.
Ranveer, also tell us, where is the investigation presently on this case, because the clashes took place and over one person got unfortunately killed, and there were more than 30 to 40 people who were detained by UP police 2 days ago. Where is the investigation on this particular episode?
On the Sunday and Monday violence case, police is identifying the accused who were involved in violence, and now the target was to nab the main accused, and that was Sarfaraz, who shot at this Ram Gopal Mishra on Sunday evening during Durga Idol's immersion. So the procession was going on, and due to some verbal hot argument between both the communities, the clash started, and that resulted into firing, which took life of Ram Gopal Mishra, and that resulted into a big violence on Monday afternoon when the mob who were protesting against death of Ram Gopal Mishra in firing by Sarfaraz and some other accused. So a big violence erupted, and now police is identifying through media footages, through other video footages and video evidences, and they are trying to nab each and everyone who is involved in this violence. Even CM Yogi Adityanath, he also instructed the top cops that no one who were involved in the violence should be left behind. So police is trying and identifying the accused in this violence case.
Right. Thank you so much, Anveer, for joining us with those details, those visuals there of the main accused in the Bahraich violence, Sarfaraz and Talib being taken into police custody. They were both shot at and they were injured in this incident today.
मोहम्मद सरफराज उर्फ रिंकू और मोहम्मद तालिम उर्फ सबलू, इनकी निशानदेही पे जब पुलिस की टीम नानपारा क्षेत्र में मर्डर वेपन की रिकवरी के लिए गई तो वहां पे इन्होंने मर्डर वेपन को लोडेड हालत में रखा हुआ था, जिसको लेकर पुलिस पर फायर किया गया। पुलिस ने अपनी आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायरिंग की, जिसमें इन दोनों को गोली लगी है। ये घायल हुए हैं, इनको उपचार के लिए पहुंचा दिया गया है और जो अन्य 3 अभियुक्त हैं उनको भी हमने हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। आज 5 को औपचारिक रूप से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। सभी के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अन्य जो अभियुक्त हैं उनकी तलाश भी जारी है। हमारी टीम्स ग्राउंड पे लगी हुई हैं।
Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are glad to announce we have received the censor certificate for our movie Emergency. We will be announcing the release date soon. Thank you for your patience and support.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद।
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे।
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले। शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. It's time for news break on NDTV. Let's quickly start with the headlines at 6. MEA wades into Salman Khan Bishnoi case. In fact, also MEA, the briefing says we wanted to extradite Bishnoi gang members. Ministry of External Affairs slams Justin Trudeau's hypocrisy, says clear pattern of smear India campaign by the Canadian Prime Minister. Two accused in the Bahraich violence shot in an encounter. Breakthrough in Bahraich violence case. Accused shot near the Nepal border. NDA's mega show of strength on Valmiki Jayanti. Prime Minister chairs meeting with NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers in Chandigarh. This after Naib Singh Saini took oath as Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time. Twenty dead after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar. Government vows for strict action. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the bulletin with some breaking news which is coming in at this moment. Once again, the airline sector being hit by hoax calls. So what we know at this moment overall, 5 Air India flights have received bomb threats, and Air India is not the only airlines. There are other airlines which have also received such threats. In fact, threats have been sent to 2 Vistara and 2 Indigo flights as well. So the hoax call menace, in fact, continues to haunt the airlines industry, the aviation industry. Air India flight between Mumbai to London was given this bomb threat. And, you know, as we have been reporting for the last 48 hours, there has been a spot as far as these threats are concerned. This flight between Mumbai and London of Air India has received the threat. 2 Vistara flights and also 2 Indigo flights have also received threats today. So this, remember, after a lot of hue and cry, and yesterday when we were reporting about this, there were flights which received such threats, and then they were all diverted to some safe location. The entire protocol of checking those flights, so on and so forth, it causes a lot of inconvenience as far as the passengers are concerned, and a huge cost on the airlines. Also, it disrupts not only just the flight plans, but also at this moment, in fact, what we know is the government is taking it just very, very seriously. What we know of the Air India flight is that it has landed at the Heathrow airport safely, and then, of course, all the protocols and security measures would be undertaken as far as this flight is concerned. This is the latest which is coming in. The bomb threats continue, and this time the threat has been to not one, not two, but as many as 5 Air India flights, 2 Vistara and 2 Indigo flights have also received such threats. Going across to my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's continuously tracking, these threats one after another, these hoax calls which are coming in. Vishnu, just bring our viewers more details. It's just not one flight, but you're reporting a huge number of flights receiving such threats.
Well, Air India 129, that's a Boeing 777 from Mumbai to London Heathrow, has just landed at London Heathrow. We still need to see whether it's going to be moved into an isolation area. This is one of the primary flights, Mumbai to London, which operate out of the country. About an hour or hour and a half prior to its approach into London Heathrow, there was a bomb alert, a threat, as a result of which it was squawking to 7700 on its transponder. What that basically means is a signal being emanated by the aircraft on a certain code, and that code indicated a general emergency. That generally alerts aircraft in the vicinity and air traffic controllers about the situation on board. You normally do get a priority landing, and the aircraft has just landed a few minutes back. This is the 5th Air India flight today, which has faced a bomb threat. There have been 2 Vistara flights, both from Europe to India, one from Frankfurt to India, and one from Paris to India, which have faced a bomb threat as well. And there have been 2 Indigo flights as well today. I've now lost track of the number of flights over the last 48 plus hours which have received these bomb threats. It would be close to 30 odd flights by now which would have received bomb threats, and they've all fortunately turned out to be hoax bomb threats, which leads us to the larger question on who is doing this. Well, we do know that the police in Chhattisgarh, acting on, I believe, Mumbai police, had arrested a 17-year-old who they believe was responsible for sending bomb threats on board for 3 Air India aircraft, but that doesn't explain the 30-odd aircraft which have received bomb threats in the last 48 hours plus. This is a crisis in Indian aviation. It affects the airlines, it affects thousands of passengers, and at this stage there is very little by way of information from the government coming on what exactly it is that they're trying to do. There are a few statements here and there, the Civil Aviation Minister saying that action will be taken against those who set up hoax calls and they'll be put on a do not fly list or whatever it is. But right now, the question that needs to be asked is, are these children, random people threatening Indian airlines, or is there something much more serious, in terms of a threat? So that's where we stand at this juncture.
Vishnu Shom, thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment. Once again, a bomb threat to an international flight of Air India. The flight has landed safely at the Heathrow International Airport in London. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and shifting focus to some, absolutely sensational remarks which have been made by Ministry of External Affairs. Ministry of External Affairs, in its briefing today, ladies and gentlemen, the MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has said that there are 26 extraditions pending with Canadian side, and these are over last decade or more. Along with that, there are several provisional arrest requests which are pending with the Canadian side. Now, this was in respect to Canada where we were talking about, but significantly, I'm underlining this, there is a connection to Salman Khan and Lawrence Bishnoi gang as well. The Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson said that we had shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, the gang which is after Salman Khan and has, at this being is being investigated in the murder of Baba Siddiqui as well. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs said so far no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request. We find it really strange that now people who we wanted to be deported or action to be taken, we are being told that the RCMP is blaming the Indian side for the crimes committed by these people in Canada.
As far as my information is concerned, there are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. These are over the last decade or more. Along with it, there are several provisional arrest requests which are also pending with the Canadian side of several criminals. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them and or to take due action as per law. So far, while we have exchanged and given these information, so far no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request.
Let me bring in my colleague Kadamini Sharma for more on this. Kadamini, these are sensational details which the Ministry of External Affairs today is divulging, and also with respect to the gang which is wanted in India. We have seen how many times Indian singers living in Canada have been at the threatening edge of these gangs. Now India says Canada has done nothing to adhere to the request that India has sent.
Well, we have heard of extradition requests earlier also, but this time this was specifically a number was given, a 26 number was given, that at least these many extradition requests have been put to Canada, but nothing has happened so far. There have been requests for provisional arrest, that too has not happened. It is really strange for even us who are covering foreign policy to hear the names of noted criminals being read out, and MEA had to do that because that is something exactly which is going on in Canada, because MEA, as it says, that they have put this in front of the Canadian authorities many times over the decade. You can understand over the decade so many Khalistani supporters or human trafficking members, gang members, and of course now the name is taken of Lawrence Bishnoi, whose name has been coming out several cases in recent days. So this is something extraordinary which has happened, but MEA has had to do this, and they have read out names of 5 other criminals and also said that there are members of Lawrence Bishnoi gangs who have been asked, about whom Canada has been asked to extradite them or for their provisional arrest,
right,
but nothing has happened. Now this is something very extraordinary because these are exactly the people against with which the Canadian PM is accusing India of colluding with.
Kadamini, may I request you to stay on with me just because of the Salman Khan angle, going international now. Let me bring you some other explosive details, ladies and gentlemen, that NDTV has access to the charge sheet which has been filed by the police in this case. Now, what we know at this moment is that the Navi Mumbai police, in its charge sheet which has been filed in the court today, has outlined and has given the entire, the conspiracy to kill Salman Khan, the Bollywood superstar. Navi Mumbai police charge sheet says that there were gangsters. 25 lakh rupee was the money which was put on Salman Khan hit, and there were 50 to 60 people, those who were tailing Salman Khan or keeping an eye on every movement of Salman Khan at his Galaxy apartment, at his Panvel farmhouse, also when he was going out for shoots in fact, the film city. There was also, the gang was trying to procure sophisticated assault rifles like AK-47, AK-92 and M16 rifle from Pakistan, along with Zigna weapons which were used in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala as well. Now, there has been another arrest regarding this in Haryana. Let's listen in to my colleague Paras for more details on this.
Said first, I want to clarify this matter is of Panvel farmhouse matter. It is Reiki matter which came into light in this entire matter. There is 2 different matter. One is Salman Khan firing matter which happened outside Salman Khan house, and this is Salman Khan farmhouse Reiki matter. In this entire matter, total of 6 people has been arrested till now, and 1 person has been arrested from Haryana, Panipat. His name is Sukku the Shooter. He is one of the major accused in this entire matter, and The major revelation which has done by NDTV is that there was 25 lakh contract which was given by Lawrence Bishnoi gang to Sukha in this entire matter. Sukha had planned everything. He was the one who was doing recce of Salman Khan farmhouse, and with that the main thing which was given him was to buy arms and ammunitions to attempt the killing of Salman Khan, superstar Salman Khan. So he was in constant touch with the dealer of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, who is in Pakistan, and from that AK-47, M16 and Zenga gun which was used to kill Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer. So this is a very, very important thing which has came into light in this entire matter. With that the escape plan was also ready in this entire matter. With that there was 60-70 people who was continuously doing recce and monitoring all the position of Salman Khan, where he used to go Salman Khan house in Bandra. They used to recce there. They used to go to Salman Khan farmhouse. They used to go to the film city area where Salman used to shoot. So there was all the thing was done by this Sukhu gang and Lawrence Bishnoi gang to kill Salman Khan, and the 25 lakh rupees contract was also given. So this is a very interesting thing which has came into light.
So that's the latest on the Salman Khan connection and the way he was in fact being tracked by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. But moving back to the Ministry of External Affairs, which also hit out at Canada for the way, and also blamed Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, for deteriorating India-Canada relationship. Now, the MEA in its briefing slammed Justin Trudeau and called it hypocrisy on part of the Canadian Prime Minister. India rejects false imputations against its diplomats. MEA said clear pattern of smear campaign against India. The Ministry of External Affairs also said that we wanted to extradite some gangsters, but no action has been taken by Canada.
We have made our position very clear on this particular matter. You would have seen that several press releases have been issued in the last 2 weeks, putting out our position, which we are very clear that since September of 2023, the Canadian government has not shared any shred of information with us. Yesterday, again, after the public inquiry, public hearing, we had again issued a statement saying that Canada has leveled serious allegations, but has so far not given any evidence to back it up. As far as the allegations are concerned, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the allegations, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomat.
Kadamni continues to be with us on this story. Kadamni, possibly the lowest that India-Canada relationships have ever been. At this moment, what is the way forward? Both India and Canada, at least till the time Trudeau is the Prime Minister, are sticking to their position.
Well, yes, India has to stick to its position, because India has clearly said that these accusations are baseless. India has put out several press releases and said that there has not been a shred of evidence. So that was repeated by the spokesperson today as well. And the deposition of Justin Trudeau has given him no points, because he has actually confirmed what India has been saying all along. Now, the way forward would be quite difficult, because the people who watch these relations, the foreign relations, especially India-Canada, they are quite sure that as long as Justin Trudeau is there, this will not happen, the relations will not be better. But the snap elections are not happening as far as we know, and the elections are in 2025. But in midst of all these are people who are of Indian origin. Around 17 to 18 lakh Indian origin people live there in Canada. They are the ones who come here for medical emergencies, for marriages, for other functions. They are clearly very close to their home, but what has happened there has now then put them into serious difficulty. Now, India has said that it expects Canada to take care of them. These people care about their security and well-being. India has very strong trade ties with Canada as well. There are several companies who have invested here in India. There are companies, 600 companies. There are investments in Indian companies as well. There is pension fund. It is quite huge. So those relations, people-to-people relations, trade ties are there. But we'll have to see whether in the coming days, those would be hit too.
Thank you, Kadamini, for joining us with all those details at this moment, precarious time for India-Canada relationship. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, news and update will continue here on Newsbreak. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux. Tap it here and I swipe it there. Paau rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in bands. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all.
Welcome back. We're getting some breaking news at this moment. Once again, a very important judgment by the High Court of Madras in the governor versus the Tamil Nadu government, the tiff which is going on. The High Court has said that Tamil Nadu governor is bound by the cabinet decision, and this is in fact in terms of when the governor, and the court has also said that the governor cannot reject the recommendations which are have been made by the cabinet for premature release of a life convict. The court also grants parole for the convict who has been behind bars for more than 20 years. So once again, reiterating what the Supreme Court had also said, ladies and gentlemen, when the governor was not clearing some bills in Tamil Nadu, the government had gone to the Supreme Court. Now in this case also, the Madras High Court has in fact made it very, very clear that the governor is bound by the recommendations of the cabinet of Tamil Nadu. This comes as a big boost for the DMK government there, and of course, it only is another chapter in the ongoing tussle between Governor Ravi and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Sam Daniel, who is joining us with more details on this story. Sam, this will come as a big boost for the DMK government. The High Court underlining once again that the governor is bound by the recommendations of the cabinet.
That's right. This is yet another shot in the arm in that sense, Ankit. Already the Supreme Court had made it very clear in the case of the release of Pedarivalan, who was a convict in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, and despite the Tamil Nadu cabinet recommending his release, the governor had rejected, and then ultimately the Supreme Court paved way was released. And in this case, this is a life convict in a murder case who has spent behind bars more than 20 years. And although the cabinet had recommended his release based on his good conduct in prison, the governor had turned it down and he had moved the Madras High Court. And the Madras High Court has cited the Supreme Court judgment in this case, in a similar case, and has said the governor has no independent view in matters like this. He is bound by the cabinet decision and has, in a sense, given relief to the petitioner by granting him bail or parole to step out of the jail, and has made it now obligatory on the part of the governor to abide by the cabinet decision. There are many such cases in the past. It began with the release of the Rajiv Gandhi convicts, and then even in matters like laws enacted by the Tamil Nadu Assembly, the governor had a different view. He kept it pending for a long time, and then when the Assembly had enacted it again, he chose to forward that to the president. So there's been a kind of a tussle, but this is yet another shot in the arm in that sense, making it very clear that the governor is bound by any cabinet decision, and he or she cannot have his or her own personal or private view.
Thank you, Sam, for joining us with all those details at this moment. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is
Let me now bring you the latest from Uttar Pradesh in Bahraich, where violence in fact took place a few days back. Let me just play out some visuals. These are sensational visuals, ladies and gentlemen, dramatic ones which have come across from Bahraich. It is near the Nepal-India border, where this man who is limping at this moment is Sarfaraz and the man behind him is Tabriz. Both of them have been shot in their legs in an encounter. The police says that they were trying to, in fact, flee from India and were making their way towards Nepal. Now, both of them, along with 3 others, have been arrested. They are accused in the killing, the firing that took place in Bahraich, which after the stone pelting during the Durga Visurgin Yatra that was being taken out. Both of these accused were taken to a hospital where now they have been referred to the Bahraich hospital, and their situation is not critical. They are at this moment said to be all right. But this happened when, as per the police, they were trying to cross over to Nepal, and the police in fact said that when they were challenged, there was shots fired from the same weapon which was used in killing of one person in Bahraich. And the police in the returning fire, in fact, injured both of these men. That's the latest which is coming in. But it has now subjected to a lot of politics. Akhilesh Yadav has also spoken on this. We earlier also spoke to the STF chief Amitabh Yash, who in fact spoke about this entire operation. Listen in.
ये घटनाएं जो हो रही हैं वो सरकार की नाकामी की वजह से हो रही हैं। सरकार अपनी नाकामी छिपाने के लिए इनकाउंटर कर रही है। अगर इनकाउंटर से ही लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बेहतर हो रहा होता तो अभी उत्तर प्रदेश कई आंकड़ों में और प्रदेशों से अच्छा होता। जब वहां पर तय था, पुलिस की जानकारी में था, तो आखिरकार आपने शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से क्यों नहीं प्रोसेशन को ले जाने दिया या उस कार्यक्रम को संपन्न क्यों नहीं करा पाए? जो लोग एक शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से एक कस्बे, गांव का या आसपास के लोगों का कार्यक्रम शांतिपूर्ण से संपन्न नहीं करा पा रहे हैं, उनसे लॉ ऑर्डर की क्या उम्मीद करेंगे आप?
मोहम्मद सरफराज उर्फ रिंकू और मोहम्मद तालिम उर्फ सबलू, इनकी निशानदेही पे जब पुलिस की टीम नानपारा क्षेत्र में मर्डर वेपन की रिकवरी के लिए गई तो वहां पे इन्होंने मर्डर वेपन को लोडेड हालत में रखा हुआ था, जिसको लेकर पुलिस पर फायर किया गया। पुलिस ने अपनी आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायरिंग की, जिसमें इन दोनों को गोली लगी है। ये घायल हुए हैं, इनको उपचार के लिए पहुंचा दिया गया है और जो अन्य 3 अभियुक्त हैं उनको भी हमने हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। आज 5 को औपचारिक रूप से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। सभी के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अन्य जो अभियुक्त हैं उनकी तलाश भी जारी है। हमारी टीम्स ग्राउंड पे लगी हुई हैं।
Currently joined by the UP STF chief and the ADG Amitabh Yash. Sir, can you just describe the circumstances leading to this particular encounter?
You are aware that a communal conflagration had taken place in Kasbah Maharajganj of Bahraich district. It started off during a procession, a religious procession, and one person had been murdered during that procession. There were 5 accused in this case: Mohammad Sarfaraz, Mohammad Talib, Mohammad Fahim, Abdul Hamid, and Mohammad Azhar. All those 5 have been arrested, and 2 of them have been injured in an exchange of fire. Now the investigations are on, and the entire circumstances that led to the incident and the entire incident and how it happened, everything is being investigated. The weapon used for the murder has been recovered by the police.
So I just want to understand the investigation progress in this particular case. How does this arrest impact the overall investigation now?
These accused will be able to give us the details of their network, the entire incident, and whatever network they used to evade the police for the last few days.
Let me go across to my colleague Ranveer, who is joining us at this moment with more details on this story. Ranveer, you know, the important thing now would be, after this sensational encounter, that at least we will know whether it was a pre-planned conspiracy, whether it was spontaneous, what happened exactly. Now possibly the police would be able to figure that out.
What happened in Bahraich, it was a conspiracy or a random incident. It's a police investigation matter as far as the development are concerned. On Sunday, during Durga Idol's immersion procession, a clash between 2 communities erupted in Bahraich district. So during that clash, a firing occurred and Ram Gopal Mishra succumbed to injuries. So after that incident, when the dead body was taken to his place in Maharajganj area, on the next morning, the angry mob, they created ruckus. They pelted stone on police and media also, and also so they torched so many shops in Maharajganj town in Bahraich. So after that incident, police constituted many teams and they were trying to locate the main accused in this case. More than 50 arresting were done, but police was searching for the main accused, including that Sarfaraz, who is accused of firing on Ram Gopal Mishra. And today, police arrested Sarfaraz, but in an encounter, Sarfaraz tried to fire at the cops, and cop exchanged fire, and it turned into an encounter. And in the encounter, Sarfaraz and Talib both arrested. 3 others are also arrested by UP police.
Ranveer, just a quick word about what Akhilesh Yadav has also said. This is going to, in fact, now snowball into a political war of words between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party. He said that this is just the government of Uttar Pradesh trying to, in fact, put a cover on their inability to maintain law and order.
This is not the first time that opposition blamed government that fake encounters are going on in UP. But UP government says that it will prove the encounter is original in court rather than proving in front of the opposition. Today, after the Bahraich encounter, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai and UP MIM Chief Shaukat Ali all blamed Yogi government that the encounter was fake, and government is just trying to bifurcate the communities, and that's why such encounters happen. So this is not a first time, and opposition obviously is targeting government over encounters, and today after the Bahraich incidents it occurred too.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Ranveer, reporting there from Lucknow on this very big story. We're moving on to now, in fact, to Chandigarh, where a historic third term for the Bharatiya Janata Party and a massive show of strength by the NDA as well. This was the conclave after the swearing-in ceremony of Naib Singh Saini as the Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time, third consecutive victory for the BJP. It was all the BJP and NDA chief ministers and deputy chief ministers, those who were part of this conclave of, after a long time, we are seeing that it happened just after Naib Singh Saini took oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana. Along with him, 13 other cabinet ministers were also sworn in. Now, after this BJP, in fact, pulling off this stunning victory, now they are preparing for the Maharashtra and Jharkhand election, and this is going to be the big message today also that the BJP is sending, specifically the oath-taking ceremony on the Valmiki Jayanti that ensured a big outreach to the Dalit community. And once again, with this show of strength of all the chief ministers, deputy chief ministers of NDA after the Lok Sabha election, the BJP conveying they are back, and they are back with a bang. Let's very quickly also, in fact, give you a sense of this, what is happening as far as the cabinet is concerned. 13 people have been sworn in with Naib Singh Saini. 6 Dalit and OBC ministers, including Anil Vij, that you are seeing, the man who wanted to be the chief minister in Haryana. Apart from that, Mahipal Dhanda is a Jat leader, Vipul Goyal, a Bania. So all communities have been given some sort of representation as far as this is concerned. Arvind Sharma, a Brahman, he is from Panipat rural constituency, who has been given the opportunity. Ranveer Singh Gangwa, OBC leader. Dalit community is represented by Krishan Bedi, who is part of the Naib Singh Saini cabinet, and 2 women faces, Shuti Chri and Aarti Rao. Aarti Rao, OBC, Shuti Chri, Jat, so the balancing act there as well. Shuti Chri, remember, is the daughter of Kiran Chaudhary, who had gone from the Congress to the BJP ahead of the Lok Sabha election. She's a Rajya Sabha MP, and her daughter has now been given a cabinet berth. From Tosham, she fought the election. And Aarti Rao is the daughter of Indrajit Rao, the big Ahir face as far as the BJP is concerned in Haryana. At one point of time used to be with the Congress party. Aarti, in fact, won her election from Ateli Mandi constituency, the stronghold of Rao Indrajit Singh. Let me very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us. He saw the swearing-in ceremony as well, and also now at this moment covering the big conclave of the Bharatiya Janata Party, NDA ministers and deputy CMs as well. Aishwarya, first of all, a big message today with this conclave of chief ministers and deputy chief ministers. What is it that the BJP wants to say?
Well, it's one of its kind conclave that is happening in Chandigarh over here, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing this NDA Chief Ministers Council meeting along with the top ministers, including Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and BJP President JP Nadda as well. And all the partners of the NDA alliance have gathered together after the participation in the historic oath-taking ceremony that took place in Panchkula, and soon after that they arrived over here. Let me quickly show you these visuals as well of the venue of this meeting, which is in Chandigarh, and we have been told that almost 13 chief ministers, including 16 deputy chief ministers, are present over here. Shortly, we are also learning that there would be a press conference that would be conducted by BJP President JP Nadda along with the NDA partners as well. The message is very clear. What we are hearing from our sources, what happened inside this NDA Council's meeting of chief ministers and deputy chief ministers. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was applauded and he was welcomed by all the NDA leaders, and he was, his leadership was hailed. A straight message was sent across that in the upcoming polls of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, the NDA partners are one, and they would be fighting together. Specifically in Maharashtra, the focus is about the Mahayuti alliance, where Eknath Shinde faction and Ajit Pawar's faction is going to contest together along with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar are here at this venue as well, who is attending this meeting. But the major focus, the agenda was of course to celebrate Amrit Mahotsav of Samvidhan, that is 75 years of the Constitution of India, and also how to strengthen India's democracy as well. And therefore the reason, perhaps one of its kind, earlier it was a NDA leaders meet that happened in National Capital, but this is specifically for the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers. First of its kind conclave that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details on this big exercise of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is taking place in Chandigarh at this moment. We are getting some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cut across to this news which is coming in, and this is related to the hoax call that has plagued the aviation industry, the menace that we have seen only growing in the last few days. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Union Civil Aviation Minister, has spoken on this. He has said that we are ensuring that these kind of hoax incidents do not take place in future. Police are pursuing the cases. We are also trying to find out who are the people behind this. Airlines and passengers are facing a lot of issues because of such calls. Listen in.
We are ensuring that these kind of fake bomb threats don't happen in the future, and any change in rules or change in legislation we are thoroughly pursuing from our department also, so that it becomes a strict barrier for people who are trying to do these kind of prank things. And also the police are pursuing the cases and trying to find out who are behind this, and in fact the Home Affairs is also helping us a lot in that area. Other than that, whatever needs to be done, because airlines are also feeling a lot of inconvenience, including the passengers also. So we don't want these kind of situations to repeat themselves. We can't comment anything like a conspiracy, but whatever little bit we have known, it's coming from minors or some pranksters. Genuinely, for some very little petty things, they are trying to do these kind of threats on the social media or through phone calls. We are talking to everyone. We are talking to the airlines. We are talking to security agencies.
All right, that was a Union Civil Aviation Minister, in fact, speaking about the aviation industry being plagued by these hoax calls, and also saying that, at this moment it doesn't seem like a conspiracy, but investigations are on. Now, the BJP has once again taken a jibe at Congress party MP and leader Rahul Gandhi, and has said that, the Congress only after losing elections raises these kind of issues. Specifically speaking, BJP leader and cabinet minister in Maharashtra, Sudhir Mungatiwar, has said that the progress is seen on the basis of the GSDP, and our progress is seen on the basis of the period of Mahavikas Aghadi. Remember, this is in context with the elections of Maharashtra, these reactions and counter reactions which are taking place. He was speaking in Vidarbha and also took a swipe at the Congress party on the EVM issue. All right, let's move on now. In fact, at this moment to Congress leader who has now left the Congress party and is expected to, in fact, go across possibly to the BJP. This is a big jolt for the Congress party ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections, where one of their OBC leaders, because Rahul Gandhi has made a pitch as far as the OBC leaders are concerned, the caste census. Now, one of their OBC leaders in Haryana has resigned from the party. Now, this, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, is the OBC chief of the Congress party. His son fought the Haryana elections and lost the elections. Even at that point of time, right after the result, he made some claims that the Congress had completely ignored him and his community, and that has resulted in the Congress party's defeat in Haryana. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet Singh China, who's joining us at this moment. Gurpreet, for the entire OBC pitch of the Congress party, this is going to be some sort of a handle that the BJP can now use, their top OBC leader resigning.
Well, yes, this is a very surprising development which has taken place, and at the time when OBC Chief Minister is being picked up by the BJP, we have seen he feels that Congress did not recognize his and he has been working for the Congress for last so many years. But despite doing a lot of efforts, he did not get that value, and so many times, even in the rallies during the election, during the polls, he is being ignored, and that could be possible reason why he has already given his resignation. And he has put his statement on X also, saying that he is also withdrawing his primary membership, because somewhere down the lane it seems he was over upset with the debacle of Congress in Haryana. We have seen a lot of introspection has already been initiated by the Congress leader, but despite this introspection, it seems the Congress was not able to pacify this OBC leader, and that could be possible reasons why he has finally put in his papers and given his resignation, saying somewhere down the lane the Congress was not able to understand his stature, and he has a long ties with the Congress party, and his father was also MLA from the same party, and if they are not able to give him proper value, he is going to quit from the Congress party. Back to studio.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Gurpreet Singh China is reporting there on Captain Yadav, Ajay Yadav, in fact, this man that you see on your screens. His son fought the election, lost the election, and he said that the Yadavs were not given importance in the Ahirwal belt, and we saw the repercussions for the Congress party right from Gurugram going all across, in fact, to Narnaul and other places where the Ahirwal belt of Haryana falls in. Moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, to some sporting action. India, the most powerful cricketing nation in the world, witnessed a new low, a record that India would not want to remember in Test cricket on Thursday, as India versus West Indies Test, the second day, first day, remember, was washed off after the rains. The hosts were shot out at 46 runs. Yes, Team India, one of the most powerful batting lineup, all out on 46, the lowest at home, lowest by any team on Indian soil.
Denied the wish to bat on a moist pitch, the Kiwi bowlers were all over the Indian batters right from the word go. Their bowling deadly and accurate. Rohit Sharma done in by the trickery of Tim Southee. Virat Kohli did the daring to move up to number 3 in the absence of Gill. Debutant Will O'Rourke claimed him. Sarfaraz Khan could not save himself from the temptation of a lofted shot either. Matt Henry breathing fire. Kiwi debutant O'Rourke claimed 4 for 22. While it was Matt Henry who did the ultimate damage, exposing India's vulnerabilities as he grabbed 5 for 15. India put on a pedestrian batting show and was shot out for 46, their lowest at home and the lowest by any team in India. Kiwis in reply showed patience and application. Devon Conway scored 91. Worst for India as Rishabh Pant left the field with a likely injury. And after skittling India for just 46, the Kiwis ended the day at 183 with a lead of 134 runs. India left with a mountain to climb.
A day that all Indian batsmen would want to forget, the day in office that they had today. We are hoping that things turn around and possibly day 3 would bring us some good news. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and update continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Osama Shab. You're watching the 7 o'clock news. The aviation minister, he has spoken on hoax call menace. We'll get you the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The aviation minister speaks on the hoax call menace and says that there is no conspiracy angle. As of now, at least 15 flights have received hoax calls today. The Ministry of External Affairs wades into the Salman Khan Bishnoi case, says that he wanted to extradite Bishnoi gang. He shared the extradition request, but there was no action taken by Canada. The MEA slams Trudeau's hypocrisy and says that it is clear pattern to smear India by Canada. Breakthrough in Bahraich violence case. Accused shot in an encounter while he was trying to flee in Nepal. 2 accused, 5 of them have been arrested by the cops. Well, the big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour is the bomb threat to the airline's Air India Mumbai-London flight. That has got a bomb threat. The Air India flight, it has landed at Heathrow Airport. 5 Air India flights had, remember, got bomb threats today. 2 Vistara flights, 2 Indigo flights got threats today as well. 6 Air India Express flights also received threats. Now, the Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, he said that they are trying to find out the culprits. Multiple cases have been filed against the hoax calls. The Aviation Minister also says that he is discussing this issue with the Airline's Aviation Minister. Most of the callers are minors, is what the Aviation Ministry has said. In fact, Ram Mohan Naidu, the Union Civil Aviation Minister on hoax calls, says that we are ensuring that these kind of hoax incidents do not happen in the future. The police are persuading these particular cases.
So we are ensuring that these kind of fake bomb threats don't happen in the future, and any change in rules or change in legislation we are thoroughly pursuing from our department also, so that it becomes a strict barrier for people who are trying to do these kind of prank things. And also the police are all pursuing the cases and trying to find out who are behind this, and in fact the Home Affairs is also helping us a lot in that area. Other than that, whatever needs to be done, because airlines are also feeling a lot of inconvenience, including the passengers also. So we don't want these kind of situations to repeat themselves. We can't comment anything like a conspiracy, but whatever little bit we have known, it's coming from minors or some pranksters. Genuinely, for some very little petty things, they are trying to do these kind of threats on the social media or through phone calls. We are talking to everyone. We are talking to the airlines. We are talking to security agencies.
All right, my colleague Vishnu Shon joins us to get us more on this story. Vishnu, the government, it has taken cognizance of this entire matter. What are the details that you can give us about this?
15 flights today, Ankit. Upwards of 35 flights in the last 48 hours, a little bit more than that. It's a real crisis in Indian civil aviation. And the fact of the matter is, in as much as the minister says that, these could be pranksters who are responsible for it, all we know is that there's been one minor who was yesterday taken into custody, apparently after having threatened 3 Air India flights. A child who had a grudge against a friend set up a fake Twitter account and was trying to ensure that the person he had a problem with got into trouble because of the messages on that Twitter group which was threatening flights. But there are 35, 36, or I've lost count at this stage. We are nearing that 40 aircraft mark in terms of bomb threats. And therefore the question does remain, is there a larger threat? Is there a conspiracy? Now the minister over there saying, look, there is no conspiracy. It does appear to be pranksters. And one hopes that he's right about this. But given the number and the frequency with which this is taking place, it remains a matter of huge concern. And the airlines are absolutely clear. They're taking each and every one very, very seriously indeed.
All right, Vishnu Shon, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson, Mr. Randhir Jaiswal, he has said that there are 26 extradition requests pending with Canadian side. These are over the last decade or more. Along with that, there are several provisional arrest requests which are also pending with the Canadian side of certain criminals. He had in fact said that India has shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest these criminals. So far, no action has been taken by the Canadian side on India's request. The Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson also mentioned that we find it really strange that now people who we wanted to be deported or action to be taken, we are being told that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is blaming the Indian side for the crimes committed by these people in Canada.
As far as my information is concerned, there are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. These are over the last decade or more. Along with it, there are several provisional arrest requests which are also pending with the Canadian side of several criminals. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them and or to take due action as per law. So far, while we have exchanged and given these information, so far no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request.
So India has to stick to its position because India has clearly said that these accusations are baseless. India has put out several press releases and said that there has not been a shred of evidence. So that was repeated by the spokesperson today as well. And the deposition of Justin Trudeau has given him no points because he has actually confirmed what India has been saying all along. Now, the way forward would be quite difficult because the people who watch these relations, the foreign relations, especially India-Canada, they are quite sure that as long as Justin Trudeau is there, this will not happen. The relations will not be better. But the snap elections are not happening as far as we know, and the elections are in 2025. But in midst of all these are people who are of Indian origin. Around 17 to 18 lakh Indian origin people live there in Canada. They are the ones who come here for medical emergencies, for marriages, for other functions. They are clearly very close to their home, but what has happened there has now then put them into serious difficulty. Now, India has said that it expects Canada to take care of them. These people care about their security and well-being. India has very strong trade ties with Canada as well. There are several companies who have invested here in India. There are companies, 600 companies. There are investments in Indian companies as well. There is pension fund. It is quite huge. So those relations, people-to-people relations, trade ties are there. But we'll have to see whether in the coming days, those would be hit too.
Meanwhile, the Uttar Pradesh police on Thursday shot 2 accused in the Bahraich violence case. The injured accused, identified as Sarfaraz and Talib, they were trying to escape to Nepal. Sarfaraz, the accused of the violence in Bahraich, he was encountered and then later arrested. The encounter, it took place near Rupaidiha border of Nepal. Sarfaraz has been injured in this encounter. He was trying to escape to Nepal. Today itself, his close aide and close associate, Danish, he was also arrested. The UP police has increased the search in the border area and located him and arrested him through this encounter.
ये घटनाएं जो हो रही हैं वो सरकार की नाकामी की वजह से हो रही हैं। सरकार अपनी नाकामी छिपाने के लिए एनकाउंटर कर रही है। अगर एनकाउंटर से ही लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बेहतर हो रहा होता तो अभी उत्तर प्रदेश कई आंकड़ों में और प्रदेशों से अच्छा होता। जब वहां पर तय था, पुलिस की जानकारी में था, तो आखिरकार आपने शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से क्यों नहीं प्रोसेशन को ले जाने दिया या उस कार्यक्रम को संपन्न क्यों नहीं करा पाए? जो लोग एक शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से एक कस्बे, गांव का या आसपास के लोगों का कार्यक्रम शांतिपूर्ण से संपन्न नहीं करा पा रहे हैं, उनसे लॉ ऑर्डर की क्या उम्मीद करेंगे आप?
मोहम्मद सरफराज उर्फ रिंकू और मोहम्मद तालिम उर्फ सबलू, इनकी निशानदेही पे जब पुलिस की टीम नानपारा क्षेत्र में मर्डर वेपन की रिकवरी के लिए गई तो वहां पे इन्होंने मर्डर वेपन को लोडेड हालत में रखा हुआ था, जिसको लेकर पुलिस पर फायर किया गया। पुलिस ने अपनी आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायरिंग की, जिसमें इन दोनों को गोली लगी है। ये घायल हुए हैं, इनको उपचार के लिए पहुंचा दिया गया है और जो अन्य 3 अभियुक्त हैं उनको भी हमने हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। आज 5 को औपचारिक रूप से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। सभी के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अन्य जो अभियुक्त हैं उनकी तलाश भी जारी है। हमारी टीम्स ग्राउंड पे लगी हुई हैं।
Meanwhile, just a short while back, I spoke to the DGP of Uttar Pradesh Task Force Police. Let's listen into what he had to say. Sir, can you just describe the circumstances leading to this particular encounter?
You are aware that a communal conflagration had taken place in Kasbah Maharajganj of Bahraich district. It started off during a procession, a religious procession, and one person had been murdered during that procession. There were 5 accused in this case: Mohammad Sarfaraz, Mohammad Talib, Mohammad Fahim, Abdul Hamid and Mohammad Azhar. All those 5 have been arrested and 2 of them have been injured in an exchange of fire. Now the investigations are on and the entire circumstances that led to the incident and the entire incident and how it happened, everything is being investigated. The weapon used for the murder has been recovered by the police.
So I just want to understand the investigation progress in this particular case. How does this arrest impact the overall investigation now?
These accused will be able to give us the details of their network, the entire incident, and whatever network they used to evade the police for the last few days.
Right. In fact, sir, I also just want to understand from you, did the accused fire first at the police there?
That is how the police returned fire. The information that is available from the district police is that these accused had been taken for the recovery of weapons, and the accused grabbed these weapons and fired. It was a short exchange, and the accused were again taken to the hospital.
What happened in Bahraich, it was a conspiracy or a random incident. It's a police investigation matter as far as the development are concerned. On Sunday, during Durga Idol's immersion procession, a clash between two communities erupted in Bahraich district. So during that clash, a firing occurred and Ram Gopal Mishra succumbed to injuries. So after that incident, when the dead body was taken to his place in Maharajganj area, on the next morning, the angry mob, they created ruckus. They pelted stone on police and media also, and also so they tossed so many shops in Maharajganj town in Bahraich. So after that incident, police constituted many teams and they were trying to locate the main accused in this case. More than 50 arresting were done, but police was searching for the main accused, including that Sarfaraz, who is accused of firing on Ram Gopal Mishra. And today, police arrested Sarfaraz, but in an encounter, Sarfaraz tried to fire at the cops, and cop exchanged fire, and it turned into an encounter. And in the encounter, Sarfaraz and Talib both arrested. 3 others are also arrested by UP police.
And looking to keep up the pressure on the opposition after the BJP pulled off a stunning victory in Haryana, the NDA, it held a meeting of all chief ministers and deputy chief ministers from the coalition in Chandigarh immediately after Nayab Singh Saini took oath as the chief minister of the state for the second time. Now, this meeting, it comes ahead of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand assembly elections. It was being chaired by the Prime Minister himself. It was also attended by the Home Minister, as well as the Defence Minister and BJP President JP Nadda, among others. My colleague Aishwarya has more details.
Well, it's one of its kind conclave that is happening in Chandigarh over here, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing this NDA Chief Ministers Council meeting along with the top ministers, including Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and BJP President JP Nadda as well. And all the partners of the NDA alliance have gathered together after the participation in the historic oath-taking ceremony that took place in Panchkula, and soon after that they arrived over here. Let me quickly show you these visuals as well of the venue of this meeting, which is in Chandigarh, and we have been told that almost 13 chief ministers, including 16 deputy chief ministers, are present over here. Shortly, we are also learning that there would be a press conference that would be conducted by BJP President JP Nadda along with the NDA partners as well. The message is very clear. What we are hearing from our sources, what happened inside this NDA Council's meeting of chief ministers and deputy chief ministers. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was applauded and he was welcomed by all the NDA leaders, and he was, his leadership was hailed. A straight message was sent across that in the upcoming polls of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, the NDA partners are one and they would be fighting together. Specifically in Maharashtra, the focus is about the Mahayuti alliance, where Eknath Shinde faction and Ajit Pawar's faction is going to contest together along with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar are here at this venue as well, who's attending this meeting. But the major focus, the agenda was of course to celebrate Amrit Mahotsav of Samvidhan, that is 75 years of the Constitution of India, and also how to strengthen India's democracy as well. And therefore the reason, perhaps one of its kind, earlier it was a NDA leaders meet that happened in National Capital, but this is specifically for the Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers, first of its kind conclave that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing.
And in a setback for the Congress party in Haryana, senior leader Captain Ajay Singh Yadav, he announced his resignation on Thursday. Mr. Yadav, who served as the president of the AICC OBC department, he announced to quit from the grand old party via an Instagram post stating that he has sent his resignation to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. My colleague Gurpreet Singh Chinna has more details.
This is a very surprising development which has taken place, and at the time when OBC Chief Minister is being picked up by the BJP. We have seen he feels that Congress did not recognize his effort, and he has been working for the Congress for last so many years. But despite doing a lot of efforts, he did not get that value, and so many times, even in the rallies during the election, during the polls, he is being ignored, and that could be possible reason why he has already given his resignation. And he has put his statement on X also, saying that he is also withdrawing his primary membership because somewhere down the lane it seems he was over upset with the debacle of Congress in Haryana. We have seen a lot of introspection has already been initiated by the Congress leader, but despite this introspection, it seems the Congress was not able to pacify this OBC leader, and that could be possible reasons why he has finally put in his papers and given his resignation, saying somewhere down the lane the Congress was not able to understand his stature, and he has a long ties with the Congress party, and his father was also MLA from the same party, and if they are not able to give him proper value, he is going to quit from the Congress party.
And Naib Singh Saini, he took oath as Haryana's Chief Minister for the second time today, marking the BJP's record third consecutive term in power in this particular state. The oath-taking ceremony, it held at the Panchkula's parade ground near Chandigarh. It was attended by the Prime Minister himself, along with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and top BJP leaders, along with 18 chief ministers from the NDA-ruled states. The mega political gathering, it comes just ahead of the crucial assembly elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and is seen as a show of strength by the party. 13 BJP MLAs took oath as Haryana ministers as the BJP carefully balanced out community and caste dynamics after pulling off a surprise victory in the assembly election for an unprecedented third consecutive time. The new Haryana cabinet has 2 MLAs each from the Dalit, Brahman and Jat communities, 4 OBCs, 1 Rajput, 1 Punjabi and a Banya. Meanwhile, BJP's big EVM jibe at Rahul Gandhi, the BJP has said that Rahul Gandhi blames the EVM, especially when he loses an election. The Maharashtra Minister, Sudhir Mungatiwar, he has slammed the Congress, saying that the Congress spreads lies in Lok Sabha. He added and he said that if EVM could speak, it would have asked Rahul Gandhi, EVM would have asked Rahul, why do you blame me all the time? The BJP leader and cabinet minister, Sudhir Mungatiwar, he in fact said that progress is seen on the basis of GSDP, and our progress is 3 times more than the period of Mahavikas Aghadi. Meanwhile, in Vidarbha and wherever the opposition won, they spread lies is what the minister has said. He also added that Congress has spread lies in Lok Sabha, and he said, and I quote, we saw the result of that through the results, but now after their Lok Sabha result, we are working very carefully. After all, Haryana's jalebi did not seem sweet to them, is what the minister has said. So BJP's big EVM jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Meanwhile, The Madras High Court has ruled that the Tamil Nadu governor cannot reject cabinet recommendation for premature release of a life convict. The court also has granted parole for the convict who has been behind bars for more than 20 years. A big decision coming from the Madras High Court there. The Tamil Nadu governor, bound by the cabinet's decision, the High Court has in fact cited the Supreme Court's order in this case. Meanwhile, my colleague Sam Daniel joins us to get us more on this. Sam, what are the details that you can give us about this this decision by the Madras High Court?
Osama, the Madras High Court has quoted a similar ruling by the Supreme Court, which has made it very clear that the governor is bound to abide by the cabinet decision, and he or she cannot have any independent view in such matters. The case pertains to a recommendation by the Tamil Nadu cabinet for the premature release of a life convict in a murder case who has spent behind bars more than 20 years, and based on a recommendation by the prison authorities, based on his good conduct in prison, the government had recommended, but the governor had turned it down. And this particular convict had moved the court, saying that the governor had turned it down. And it's in this context the court has said that the governor has no personal right or opinion in these issues, and he ought to abide by the state cabinet decision. And giving immediate relief to the convict, the court has granted him parole so that he can immediately step out of the jail. And this has come as a huge shot in the arm yet again for the ruling DMK, which has been facing a kind of a tug of war on several issues with the governor, who the ruling party alleges that is working against undermining a duly democratically elected government. Particularly, they say the larger picture is in states ruled by the opposition, the BJP is using the governors to scuttle development in those states. And this has also come as a huge embarrassment yet again for the Tamil Nadu governor. There's no response yet from the Raj Bhavan, but certainly for the ruling DMK, this is yet another victory in that sense.
All right, Sam Daniel, thank you very much for getting us the latest in that story. Meanwhile, India's dismal show in Bengaluru today. India, the most powerful cricketing nation in the world, it witnessed a new low in Test cricket on Thursday as the India versus New Zealand Test got going on the second day of the Test match. The hosts, they were shot out for 46 runs, the lowest at home, lowest by any team on Indian soil.
Denied the wish to bat on a moist pitch, the Kiwi bowlers were all over the Indian batters right from the word go. Their bowling deadly and accurate. Rohit Sharma done in by the trickery of Tim Southee. Virat Kohli did the daring to move up to number 3 in the absence of Gill. Debutant Will O'Rourke claimed him. Sarfaraz Khan could not save himself from the temptation of a lofted shot either. Matt Henry breathing fire. Kiwi debutant O'Rourke claimed 4 for 22. While it was Matt Henry who did the ultimate damage, exposing India's vulnerabilities as he grabbed 5 for 15. India put on a pedestrian batting show and was shot out for 46, their lowest at home and the lowest by any team in India. Kiwis in reply showed patience and application. Devon Conway scored 91. Worst for India as Rishabh Pant left the field with a likely injury. And after skittling India for just 46, the Kiwis ended the day at 183 with a lead of 134 runs. India left with a mountain to climb.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The aviation minister speaks on the hoax call menace, says that there is no conspiracy angle. As of now, at least 15 flights received hoax calls today. The Ministry of External Affairs wades into the Salman Khan Bishnoi case, say that we wanted to extradite Bishnoi gang and shared the extradition request, but there was no action taken by Canada. The MEA slams Trudeau's hypocrisy and says that there is a clear pattern to smear India. A big breakthrough in the Bahraich violence case. Accused shot in this encounter while he was trying to flee to Nepal. 2 accused have been arrested by the police.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux, Dulux, Dulux. New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Agenda for corruption. Corruption first. आमचा agenda आहे nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. India has set Islamabad's record straight today with the Ministry of External Affairs clarifying that no cricket talks took place during External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar's visit to Pakistan recently for the SEO summit. Now, the visit saw only pleasantries. That is what MEA spokesperson said today, even as speculations were being raised around indications that the talks between the foreign ministers of both countries could have explored the idea of resuming some form of cricketing ties between the two countries. Well, the MEA has refuted this, and it's also clear that India, on a stronger footing now in terms of foreign policy, has concerns with regard to terror that is sponsored by Pakistan, and it will not fall for Pakistan's bait to use sports diplomacy to ease the tension and also gain legitimacy.
Absolutely. And, the situation, it remains complex, Vasudha. Diplomatic tensions and security concerns, they have halted bilateral cricket, ICC events and Asia Cup. They have, in fact, facilitated matches, but these regular series are essential, as many fans say, for a sustained rivalry. What about the future? Can we expect bilateral series soon? Neutral venues might be the way forward. Is UAE or Sri Lanka could be the host for such series? For the Pakistan series especially, can the growing demand from the fans and players push the governments to reconsider bilateral cricketing ties? What role can ICC and Asian Cricket Council play? Well, you see, the future of India-Pakistan cricket, at the moment, the ties, it remains uncertain.
Absolutely, Osama. Those are very important questions. Remember, India last toured Pakistan in 2006, and the two nations have not played a bilateral series for more than 10 years now. The travel, in fact, stopped after November 2008, when terrorists linked to Pakistani groups killed more than 160 people in Mumbai. The questions we ask today: what is the future of India-Pakistan cricketing ties? Have Pakistani leaders tried to use cricket matches in the past to force some kind of high-level unofficial meetings with their Indian counterparts? Is India wary of that? And is cricket as a diplomatic sanction against a country? Is that a powerful diplomatic tool? Those are the questions we will be asking. But of course, we'll also be joined by a panel of experts. But before we go to the guests, Osama, because you're a sports reporter, let me ask you, the PCB, Pakistan Cricket Board, which will host the Champions Trophy next year, has been urging India to travel to Pakistan for the match. If India does go, it will be, probably the first visit across the border in 17 years. That doesn't seem to be happening as of now. Tell us the importance of this series, and is there a possibility of another venue that is being explored?
There are multiple possibilities that the ICC specifically is looking at. As far as the importance of this series, Vasudha, goes, the ICC Champions Trophy, it is one of the most important series, international series that all countries participate in, apart from the World Cups. And I'm talking about the ODI World Cup, I'm talking about the T20 World Cup, and of course, the ICC World Test Championship. So the importance of this particular series, and India has had a history. India last won it in 2013, and India would want to go and try and win it one more time. But when you look at the breakdown of India and Pakistan cricket ties, and if you could have that, yes, if you could have that graphics, the last time India traveled to Pakistan was in 2008. So that is a long, long time back. In fact, there have been no bilateral cricket happening between India and Pakistan since 2013 and 2012 and 2013. When the last time India played a series with Pakistan. At the same time, India and Pakistan have only faced each other in ICC tournaments. And that's the only time India and Pakistan have played cricket against each other in the last 10 years. More importantly, Pakistan, it has not hosted any major ICC event since the 1996 ODI World Cup, which it hosted jointly with India and Sri Lanka.
Right.
And now Pakistan is set to host the Champions Trophy in 2025. As of now, India's participation, it looks a little uncertain. And we'll obviously talk about what are the possibilities. But at the moment, India's participation, it does look a little uncertain.
Let's take this question to our guest, Prabhu Dayal, former India ambassador. We also have Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Ambassador Dayal, first, when Dr. Jaishankar was traveling to Pakistan, it was seen as an icebreaker visit. Of course, this visit did happen. The SEO summit also took place. But in the last few years, we've seen a lot of back and forth between India and Pakistan. India has called Pakistan epicenter of terrorism. Pakistan, in fact, has gone to an extent of calling the Prime Minister butcher. So clearly, the relations are very tense, and India is not in any mood to relent. How do you see the future of India-Pakistan ties, at least in the next few years?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. When you mentioned that Mr. Jaishankar went to Pakistan just recently, let me clarify that he made it very clear that he was only going for the SCO summit and that there was no bilateral aspect whatsoever relating to that visit. So it should not be considered at all that the visit was an icebreaker in the bilateral context. It was only an SCO meeting, and we respect the SCO, and for that reason, Mr. Jaishankar represented India and attended the meeting. Now, there are serious concerns in India about the issue of our cricket team going to take part in the ICC Champions Trophy. Let me mention that as per my understanding, a decision has not been taken yet, and the Indian Cricket Council is to take a decision. But there are issues which will have to be factored in. Of course, government approval will be necessary. And in this context, it is very important to remember that India does not want any sort of bilateral contacts. And the reason for this is that we say that as long as Pakistan does not give up its policy of launching terrorist attacks against India, as long as Pakistan does not give up its policy of state-sponsored terrorism, we will not have any bilateral contacts. We don't want to have trade with them. We have a diplomatic presence, right, because we have a diplomatic relationship. But we don't want to have any sort of people-to-people contacts because our belief is that unless they give up their policy of terrorism, there should be no relations with them whatsoever. Moreover, let me also mention that there are important security concerns. In fact, some prominent people from within Pakistan have themselves advised that India should not come because there are serious security issues. You know, foreign nationals from all countries feel very insecure. Chinese nationals have been killed recently, just a few days ago at the airport. So the Indian cricket team would face some security issues. And why should we expose our team to these risks? Now, let me mention, what is being talked about is a hybrid model. That is to say, some matches taking place in Pakistan and some taking place outside. Right. I understand that the name of Dubai is being mentioned very, very actively, that India's matches could take place there, and including, of course, the semi-finals and finals. And there would be some matches in which Pakistan would play, which would take place there. So this hybrid model could solve the situation. And my understanding is that is very seriously under consideration.
Okay.
All right. I also want to ask Gautam Bhattacharya, you know, we have been talking about diplomatic tensions. We have also been talking about security concerns, as our guest rightly mentioned right now. According to you, and you have been covering sports and cricket for a very, very long time, how complex is this situation according to you?
Well, I think as Mr. Dayal pointed out, given the layer of complexities that are involved, resumption of bilateral ties in cricket comes much later in the pecking order. What Pakistan had kind of taken it as a kind of prestige issue is that they are in line to host a major ICC event after 1996, as you said, a little while back. And they had created a draft fixture on their own without the go-ahead from India, actually, where they had, scheduled all India's 3 group matches in Lahore to say that, they will be minimizing on their travel. But if you ask me, I think going forward, maybe when Mr. Jai Shah became the ICC president, hopes were raised a bit, but the stakes are too high here. I mean, the government, we have got a government line in this. That is the first priority. So to me, seeing from experience, having lived and worked in Dubai, I think chances of the hybrid model is what is the way forward for me.
Right. We also have Tara Karta, who is former director of the National Security Council. Thank you, Ms. Karta, for joining us. Ma'am, could you also tell us, was there even a time when cricket diplomacy united the two countries, India and Pakistan? And what time was it? Because most experts believe that the most successful period of cricket diplomacy came between 2003 and 2008, which is when two test series were also played, two in Pakistan and two in India. Yeah. How do you see the concerns around security of our own players when it comes to traveling to a country like Pakistan? Do you see that changing anytime soon?
See, I can recall the time when, you could cheer each other's teams, and that was wonderful, right? That was amazing stuff. But that's not the case now. And as a security person, I would not send my team to Pakistan. No way. I mean, let's be very clear on that. Because it's not just that the Sri Lankan team got attacked. It's not just that, say the Chinese people got attacked. It's that the Pakistanis are attacking themselves. There are attacks against Ahmadiyas. There's attacks on all kinds of issues. There's TTP. It's all around and inside. So I really wouldn't risk our players. I think however, since it's a game, and let's face it, there's a lot of money riding on it. There's a lot of reputations riding on it. I think some kind of a hybrid model would probably work better, where you have your game, but you go somewhere else and you play that.
Right. Ambassador Dayal, elections have happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and Jammu and Kashmir has been this hot button issue when it comes to India and Pakistan. Do you see relations between India and Pakistan changing, becoming normal anytime soon, now that we have at least started the process of mainstreaming J&K completely?
Well, the policy in Pakistan is not decided by the elected government. In other words, Shehbaz Sharif's government doesn't count for anything in this regard. Policy is decided by the deep state of Pakistan, which consists of the army and the ISI. And they have a vested interest in maintaining hostility, because when there is hostility, they have primacy in the Pakistani system. If there was peace between India and Pakistan and relations were absolutely normal, the army would simply have to go back to the barracks, which it doesn't want, because its primacy affords it a lot of benefits. For one thing, it is able to set up things like defense housing societies where lands are sold very cheaply to armed forces people. Right. It has this Fauji Foundation, which is the biggest conglomerate corporation in Pakistan, and where positions are only given to Pakistani armed forces people. So it has a lot of side benefits, and the army is not going to give up all these. I only mention it because it's just not a power struggle. There are a lot of material aspects there. Now, if Shehbaz Sharif's government doesn't count, and if the Pakistan army speaks of bleeding India by 1,000 cuts, and I'm not joking, this is what continues to happen. And at the talks given by army generals to the junior officers, this is the rhythm. Right. We will bleed India by 1,000 cuts. So in this background, whether or not there are elections in Jammu and Kashmir, whatever happens within India or in Pakistan, things don't change. The armed forces maintain their constant position to hurt India in any manner whatsoever. Now, just as an aside, you spoke about how good cricketing relations were between 2003 and 2008. Let me mention, I served in Pakistan from 1981 to 1985. And during my tenure, the Indian cricket team visited in 1982 and again in 1984. Imran Khan was the cricket captain. Sunil Gavaskar was the Indian cricket captain. All the teams used to come to the reception hosted by the Indian Consul General. There was a degree of bonhomie. Now, poor Imran Khan is himself in jail. How can we have a normalized relationship with a country which locks up its own political leaders, where terrorists are on the rampage, where security is a huge concern? I don't think our cricket team should go. All your panelists are agreed on this. And certainly, India's matches can be held in Dubai because there can be a hybrid model.
Right. So you speak about the hybrid model, and I want to get a sense of, from all of you, you know, if India goes and plays its cricket in, say, for example, in the UAE or Sri Lanka or South Africa, as it has been proposed at the moment, just want to get a sense from you, sir, first. Is hybrid model the answer here? Because what we are trying to say is that, look, we might not be speaking with you, we might not be having any sort of ties with you apart from playing these 1 or 2 odd matches, and we'll do that just when you host this match in a particular country. Is that the right answer? Should we actually encourage the hybrid model here?
Is that question for me?
Yes, sir.
Certainly. We cannot take the risk of our cricket team traveling to Pakistan. Ms. Tara Karta, who is a security expert, herself said if this could happen to the Sri Lankan team or to Pakistani nationals themselves, why should we take the risk of sending our cricketers to play in Pakistan? Right. What's the big deal there? And if something goes wrong, then the whole country will cry off that, look, why did government take such a risk? I think this risk is just not worth it. I don't think government will take the risk. And as I said, and I repeat, the hybrid model is the only answer.
All right, I want to get a response from Dr. Karta as well. Ma'am, you were raising your finger. You have something to say. And I also want to understand from you, you know, an incident, if it all were to happen, it might happen anywhere in the world because of what is at stake here. It might happen in UAE, it might happen in South Africa, you know. You know, again, my question is hybrid model the answer to it?
I think that's a good point. You know, when you're not even, I mean, okay, this is purely, like I said, from a security point of view.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of people coming and attacking my soldiers and my officers in Kashmir. Why would I want to play cricket with them? You know, so that is the hype. What you said is very correct. Should you play? My question is, should you play with them at all? I agree it's a sport. It's left to myself, I would say, yeah, you know, it's a sport. Why don't you just go and play? And, you know, that's a great thing. But on a purely the self-respect of a country, come on. You've got these people attacking you all the time. Unless they can show me that they are willing to back off from this model, why would I want to play with them?
Right. Gautam Bhattacharya, you know, as somebody who has really minimal interest in sports, I want to ask you about this beast that social media is when you talk about Babar Azam, or even when you talk about Neeraj Chopra's you know, friendship with a Pakistan you know, archer who javelin, yeah.
Yes.
So how do these comments on social media also impact people-to-people ties? Because, you know, while we say and agree that a nation has gone rogue and should not be engaged with, artists and actors and sports people could be a little beyond that, isn't it?
Yes, that's a good question. You know, the relationship between these cricketers have been cordial since time immemorial. I mean, there are wonderful stories of friendship between Gavaskar and Imran, subsequently Azharuddin and Wasim Akram's generation. Even now, there's a great deal of mutual respect between, say, Virat Kohli and Babar Azam. Now, that's at one plane. Then, as you said, the question of, you know, Nadeem and Neeraj's relationship, that's at a different plane where, you know, the government policies are not coming into play. I mean, when, you know, I've heard stories from Saurav Ganguly that when they last visited, he was the captain and such, you know, the hospitality was really awesome, and how he slipped out of the hotel to grab his share of kebab from the Karachi food street, etc. But that's at a different level. I mean, things haven't really gone better. Things have worsened. I mean, that's what our learned friends are trying to say in this panel. So, you know, but in the cricket world, we cannot, you know, it's a fractured world. We have got 10 member nations playing. I mean, 10 and 12. So, and Pakistan is a major stakeholder in the world of cricket. So you have got to maintain the relationship, and toward that end, hybrid model right now, if the world, you know, the world is not a perfect place, but a hybrid model for right now seems to be the way forward. But Pakistan will have, you know, their only grounds can be that if we can travel to India for the World Cups, you know, when it comes to reciprocation, how come India are not doing it? In fact, their next card could be that in 2026, India are hosting the T20 World Cup game. So that's where again this bargaining chip will come into play.
Right. Gautam Bhattacharya, I also want to get a sense of the financial and broadcasting aspects of it as well, because that is a key point when it comes to any India-Pakistan encounter and the kind of money and the eyeballs it generates. A bilateral series between India and Pakistan. Who needs it more here? Is it the PCB? Is it the ICC? Because it has suffered losses during the T20 World Cup as well. Because clearly BCCI doesn't. So who needs it more? Is it the PCB or is it the ICC here?
Of course, it's ICC, and what has happened is ICC's broadcasters, Star Sports, they're already fighting a kind of broadcasting battle. They're trying to go on their own with the ICC products. If India pulls out, then they will be in a soup. I mean, as a product, it will, at least it will become 50% less marketable. And as you know, England has already said that there can't be a Champions Trophy without India.
Right. Tarakata, you had a point to make.
So on paper, you're finished by Sri Lanka, but that's not going to happen in reality.
Okay.
All right.
Tara, ma'am, you had something to say?
No, not really. I was just thinking, I mean, this whole, what you said about the money aspect, it's huge, right? We're talking, I don't know, how many hundreds of crores. But I mean, it's a sport which is hugely popular. Everybody goes crazy on it. But for me, in the end, it's about, whether there is enough trust. If I can see this as a break and as a movement forward, and that the Pakistan side is now willing to go, the extra mile, I would say go for it.
Okay. My last question to you, Ambassador Dayal, Dr. S. Jaishankar and India have been talking about the policy of dehyphenation for some years now, India and Pakistan. That's our major lesson to the west of India also. How much of India's own foreign policy has also been important in India's reluctance to engage with Pakistan and not really willing to compromise till Pakistan really agrees to stop terror activities?
Well, before I answer your question, let me say that I had raised my hand earlier because Tara Karta was not present when I made my opening intervention. And I had categorically said that our government does not want to have any sort of engagement with Pakistan because it is a terrorist state. It sponsors terrorism. And I had said that as long as Pakistan does not give up its policy of terrorism, why should we have any sort of contact like in the cricketing world or any other sporting area or in the field of culture? We should not have any contacts because Pakistan sponsors terrorism against us. Now, as regards your question about dehyphenating India and Pakistan, look, that happened long ago. India is the world's third largest economy. Pakistan is in doldrums. It's going around with a begging bowl. People avoid Pakistan simply because they're afraid it may end up asking for more loans, etc. And I'm serious about it. Even the Saudis in the UAE try to sort of keep the Pakistanis at an arm's distance. And they're extremely worried that Pakistani citizens are going to Saudi Arabia, for instance, on the pretext of pilgrimage, and they're begging on the streets of Saudi Arabia. So nobody wants this jab. Now, dehyphenation took place a long time ago. And when Mr. Jaishankar returned from the SCO summit, he said that, Pakistan now for us is just secondary. It is not what Pakistanis would like to think, that India and Pakistan are on parity, etc. Pakistan is just nowhere on the horizon. Okay. We have moved far, far ahead. Of course, it's a security challenge, and we will take care of that.
So many interesting points. I thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. So does cricket still play a role in high-level bilateral diplomacy? Can it even lead to some break in this diplomatic freeze? Osama doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon.
Well, it doesn't look like it is happening anytime soon, but at the same time, a lot of our panelists, they suggested there is a hybrid model. Will India adopt that hybrid model? Will the ICC come up with a hybrid model? Is it a possibility? Will we see India versus Pakistan, a bilateral series happening anytime soon? Well, these are some of the questions that might be answered in a couple of months from now.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की. त्यांचा अजेंडा
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. India has slammed Canada yet again for maligning India and endorsing anti-India elements. Meanwhile, with regard to the incident of violence that happened in UP, the accused have been shot at, they are injured and they are in police custody. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin. But first, the headlines. Bahraich violence, accused shot in an encounter, political face-off over UP encounter. Opposition says UP government using encounters to hide its failures. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu breaks silence on threat calls to airlines, says most of the culprits identified are minors and that there's no conspiracy angle which has emerged so far. Indian government slams Canada for the deepening rift between the two countries, says Prime Minister of Canada Justin Trudeau is responsible for escalating the crisis and there is a clear pattern to maligning India. In the backdrop of diplomatic tensions between India and Canada, India has flagged Canada's non-cooperation in extraditing Bishnoi gang members. MEA has said that there are 26 extradition requests pending with the government of Canada. It's a new low for Team India in Test cricket. Host team out for 46 runs, the lowest at home, lowest by any team on Indian soil. But the two accused in the Bahraich violence case were shot by the UP police on Thursday while they were allegedly attempting to flee to Nepal. Both the accused have been identified as Sarfaraz and Mohammad Talib. In fact, according to UP Special Task Force Chief Amitabh Yash, the two were shot on the border after the police received information about their presence in the area. Remember, violence broke out in Maharajganj, which is in Bahraich, on 13th of October over loud music during a Durga Puja immersion in which one person died of gunshot injuries.
ये घटनाएं जो हो रही हैं वो सरकार की नाकामी की वजह से हो रही हैं। सरकार अपनी नाकामी छिपाने के लिए एनकाउंटर कर रही है। अगर एनकाउंटर से ही लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बेहतर हो रहा होता तो अभी उत्तर प्रदेश कई आंकड़ों में और प्रदेशों से अच्छा होता। जब वहां पर तय था, पुलिस की जानकारी में था, तो आखिरकार आपने शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से क्यों नहीं प्रोसेशन को ले जाने दिया या उस कार्यक्रम को संपन्न क्यों नहीं करा पाए? जो लोग एक शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से एक कस्बे, गांव का या आसपास के लोगों का कार्यक्रम शांतिपूर्ण से संपन्न नहीं करा पा रहे हैं, उनसे लॉ ऑर्डर की क्या उम्मीद करेंगे आप?
Ranveer, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Ranveer, tell us about the updates in this case. Two accused shot in encounter, and of course, while they are injured and they are in police custody, this has also become a political controversy now in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, Vasudha, on Sunday, an unfortunate incident occurred when Durga Idol's immersion procession was going on, and Ram Gopal Mishra was killed in a firing during clashes between two communities. And after that clash, a riot-like situation occurred in Bahraich on Monday afternoon, and police were searching for the main accused, and five main accused, including Sarfaraz and Talib, arrested after an encounter in Bahraich near Indo-Nepal border. Both were in police custody, and they were trying. The police were trying to recover the arms which was used in Bahraich riot, and when they reached the spot where the arms were hidden, then they tried to fire on policemen. Then, in an exchange of fire, cops fired at Sarfaraz and Talim, and both were injured and was arrested. And after this incident, they were admitted in CSC Nandwara, but doctors said that they are out of danger. As far as political issues are concerned, opposition hit the Yogi government saying that this is a planned encounter, this is a fake encounter, and Akhilesh Yadav, Ajay Rai, UP Congress chief, AIM UP President Shaukat Ali, all blamed Yogi government that this is a fake encounter and government want to set a specific narrative for a political gain, and that's why they are doing such kind of encounters. But Yogi government is firm and claiming that they'll prove this as a real encounter in court. They are not supposed to answer to opposition because they are just blaming about a fake encounter. So obviously this is not the first time, but earlier also some questions were raised by opposition about encounters, and this time also in the Bahraich riot case, five main accused were arrested, including Sarfaraz and Talib, who were arrested after an encounter today afternoon. And earlier also police registered more than 10 FIRs and arrested more than 50 accused, and also identification of those people who were accused in this case. The police is trying to identify and arrest them.
Right. Thank you, Veer, for joining us with those details. Political war of words in UP over the latest encounter. Moving on, an Air India flight from Mumbai to London declared an emergency on board after receiving a bomb threat. Today, 5 Air India flights to Vistara and 2 Indigo flights also received bomb threats, adding to the list of threat calls that airlines have been receiving this week. In fact, this is the 4th consecutive day with at least 20 aircraft getting threats in 4 days. Today, 5 Air India flights to Vistara and 2 Indigo flights also received bomb threats. Joining me now is my colleague Vishnu Shom. In the past few days, Vishnu, Indian Airlines have faced multiple hoaxes forcing flight diversions, delays. This also leads to massive operational costs. How are the airlines, and also how is the government looking at addressing this problem?
Well, there have been 15 bomb threats today. I count close to 40 or in the range of 40 over the last 3 odd days when this has been taking place. It's an unprecedented civil aviation crisis. It's not happened in any other country in the world. And it's a huge problem for thousands of passengers who have to go through this experience of being on a flight potentially with a bomb on board. A huge problem for airports around the world. There was an Air India plane which landed at London Heathrow, had to be taken to the isolation area. All the passengers taken off that aircraft. And of course, the financial consequences of airlines having to delay flights or having to deal with delays or diversions is absolutely huge. Now, the Civil Aviation Minister makes the point today that these are pranksters at work. And yesterday, if you recall, there was a 17-year-old who was arrested, apparently because he was part of a plot to tweet out these messages, and was trying to target a friend of his who he wanted the blame to go to. But I think at this stage, the question really needs to be asked. We are up at close to 40 such incidents. Some media, the Indian Express, reporting that VPN addresses in the United Kingdom and Germany are being reported as the source of some of these messages. So is there some sort of an international conspiracy of pranksters at work? Some would suggest that that seems unrealistic, which raises the question, what exactly is happening?
Thank you, Vishnu Shom, for joining us with those details. Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister, has responded to this controversy. In fact, he has broken his silence for the first time. Speaking on this, he has said that the ministry is trying to find out the culprits. He has said that most of them accused are identified are minors. He also said that there is no conspiracy angle to this so far. Let's listen in to what he said today.
So we are ensuring that these kind of fake bomb threats don't happen in the future, and any change in rules or change in legislation we are thoroughly pursuing from our department also, so that it becomes a strict barrier for people who are trying to do these kind of prank things. And also the police are all pursuing the cases and trying to find out who are behind this, and in fact the Home Affairs is also helping us a lot in that area. Other than that, whatever needs to be done, because airlines are also feeling a lot of inconvenience, including the passengers also. So we don't want these kind of situations to repeat themselves. We can't comment anything like a conspiracy, but whatever little bit we have known, it's coming from minors or some pranksters. Genuinely, for some very little petty things, they are trying to do these kind of threats on the social media or through phone calls. We are talking to everyone. We are talking to the airlines. We are talking to security agencies.
Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister, there saying that the Ministry of Home Affairs is working with the Ministry of Civil Aviation to identify all those pranksters who have been giving threat calls to airlines. Moving on to other domestic stories, looking to keep up the pressure on the opposition after the BJP pulled off a stunning victory, a hat-trick in Haryana. The NDA today held a meeting of all its chief ministers and deputy chief ministers from the NDA coalition in Chandigarh, and this was immediately after Nayaab Singh Saini took oath as the Chief Minister of the state for the second time. The meeting, which comes ahead of the Maharashtra-Jharkhand Assembly elections, was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was attended by senior ministers in the cabinet, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and BJP President JP Nadda, amongst others. In fact, BJP sources also said that Valmiki Jayanti as a date had been carefully chosen to send a signal to the SC community members who whose vote was seen as having tilted towards India-Bloc in Lok Sabha elections. I have my colleague Aishwarya joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, this event was happening in Haryana, but clearly the target was Maharashtra and Jharkhand. BJP sending out a message of a show of strength, a politically loaded message in terms of optics. Tell us what really happened in the meeting, clearly also because BJP wants its allies to be on the same page.
Well, the meeting is still underway in Chandigarh. As far as Prime Minister is concerned, he is still over here at the venue of NDA Chief Ministers Council meeting. And now it's been more than 5 hours that the meeting has started. Of course, the sources clearly indicated to us that it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership that was hailed by the entire NDA leaders who were there in the meeting, including 13 chief ministers and 16 deputy chief ministers and the NDA partners as well. It was a straight message that the leaders have sent across that they are united under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and in the upcoming elections of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, they are going to fight as one, specifically in Maharashtra, where the Mahayuti Aghadi coalition will be fighting together. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar is still over here, and there is a separate meeting we've been told is going on Maharashtra as well. But certainly it's a show of strength for the NDA today during the oath-taking ceremony of Naib Singh Saini as well. And it was, just not the chief ministers and the NDA alliance partners, but also senior union ministers also taking participation. And, the kind of historic mandate that the Bharatiya Janata Party got, they wanted to send across this message to Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well, that the policies of Bharatiya Janata Party, which they had implemented in the past, the people literally liked it and they voted them for a historic mandate. Let me show you these visuals from the venue, which is in Chandigarh, where the meeting is still underway. There are few leaders who had an early flight, they just left, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP President JP Nadda, along with 13 Chief Ministers and 16 Deputy Chief Ministers are still inside the hotel where the National Democratic Alliance Council meeting of Chief Ministers is going on. The agenda is very clear: to strengthen India's democracy and to celebrate 75th year of the Indian Constitution. So certainly, what comes out, we are expecting JP Nadda to hold a press conference to give a media bite as well. And the stage has been set over here. Shortly, we can hear from different chief ministers of the NDA Alliance and JP Nadda coming together after the meeting concludes.
Well, it's Congress versus BJP again over EVM tampering, charges of EVM tampering, Congress's conspiracy charge over Haryana polls. BJP has now hit back at the Congress party. BJP has said that Rahul Gandhi blames the EVM when his party loses. This is Maharashtra Minister Sudhir Mugantiwar, who's a senior BJP leader. He has slammed the Congress party, saying that the Congress party spread lies in Lok Sabha elections, and if EVM could speak, it could have asked Rahul Gandhi, why do you blame me? That's what he said. Let's look at some political reactions to this.
हमेशा की तरह फिर उनका बाबा पकोड़ा डायलॉग शुरू हो गया। ईवीएम मशीन, उसको अगर बात करने का अधिकार दिया जाएगा ना, तो वो कहेगी कि बताओ राहुल जी, मेरा कसूर क्या है? हारने के बाद आपके नज़र में मैं दिखती हूँ, और जब जीतते हो तो आपका विचार दिखता है। हमेशा की तरह फिर उनका बाबा पकोड़ा डायलॉग शुरू हो गया। ईवीएम मशीन, उसको अगर बात करने का अधिकार दिया जाएगा ना, तो वो कहेगी कि बताओ राहुल जी, मेरा कसूर क्या है? हारने के बाद आपके नज़र में मैं दिखती हूँ, और जब जीतते हो तो आपका विचार दिखता है। हमेशा की तरह फिर उनका बाबा पकोड़ा डायलॉग शुरू हो गया। ईवीएम मशीन, उसको अगर
Well, Matthew Anthony of the Congress party joins me with more details on this. Matthew, you heard what Sudhir Mugantiwar had to say. He's from your state of Maharashtra. And clearly there are many questions that are being asked around Congress party's criticism of the EVMs, considering that the party won handsomely in Karnataka and of course managed a remarkable performance in Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Why is this selective targeting of EVMs that the Congress party does? Do you think that that is justified in some ways?
I'd like to ask this question to Sudhir Mugantiwar on who is L.K. Advani, who is GVL Narasimha Rao, and who is Ravi Shankar Prasad. LK Advani wrote a foreword in a book called Democracy in Danger, authored by GVL Narasimha Rao, about the EVM machines, with foreign experts giving expert commentary on how an EVM can be manipulated. Now, the same Munganitwar, after being in power for a few terms, now is saying that we are making selective statements. We did selective statements because BJP played selectively. We had raised our concerns in 79 seats in the parliament where we have concerns on the EVM. Similarly, we have raised concerns on the EVM's battery being charged at 99% in 4 districts in Haryana. So they are also playing it selectively because BJP is playing a card where, one state is kind of compromised because they know that there is a complete wave against them. And then they will say that, in the other state we have won. So that's exactly they are playing. And, the selective EVM conspiracy is being played out on the Lok Sabha elections as well as in the Haryana elections. And because of the confidence of the BJP as well as Himanta Biswa Sharma making a statement day before yesterday on exactly knowing the election dates, we see how the elections are being compromised right now. So we have all the rights to raise the questions when we see discrepancies in the EVM performances or some mandates, which is there.
Right. Matthew Anthony from the Congress Party joining us with his view on the EVM conspiracy. Moving on to more stories from poll-bound Maharashtra. Maharashtra poll prep has picked up pace. In fact, parties are in a huddle to fix seat-sharing arrangements. There's a key MVA huddle in Mumbai over seat share. In fact, key leaders from opposition bloc are attending this meeting. MVA is, remember, still to finalize the seat-sharing arrangements, and Maharashtra is all set to vote on the 20th of November. My colleague Radhika joins me with more details on this. Radhika, the seat-sharing arrangements in MVA have been going on, the talks have been going on for a while now. What is the update on this case, and what is this meeting all about? The visuals, show that there are all senior leaders from all 3 parties present. What is the update on that front?
That's right. MVA meetings have been going on for quite some time as far as seat sharing is concerned. Marathon meetings taking place. Yet another meeting was held today as well in BKC. And as you can see in those visuals, all top leaders, including Nana Patole, Sanjay Raut, Anil Deshmukh, and several others are present. So another meeting taking place. Seat sharing has been finalized for close to 200 to 220 seats is what we're getting to know. In fact, as far as Mumbai seats are concerned, there had been a lot of meetings taking place over 36 assembly seats of Mumbai. And that seems to have been finalized. MVA has sealed the deal for 36 seats in Mumbai is what we are hearing. However, no consensus yet on chief ministerial candidates. Leaders have not been coming out with names. Of course, Chief Minister, former CM Uddhav Thackeray had been saying that he will back any candidate that the NCP or the Congress chooses. So, but no CM candidate yet. So 10% seat discussion is pending is what Anil Deshmukh said today post the meeting. So looks like Sena and Congress in the entire 288 seat deal may get equal seats, followed by NCP Sharad Pawar. The leaders also said that all the 3 parties plan to file a complaint with Election Commission tomorrow. In fact, they will be holding a press conference also to disclose the details. It is pertaining to ambiguity in voters list, regularization of voting facility and so on. What exactly the nature of the complaint is something that we will get to know tomorrow. But as of now, yes, seat sharing discussions continue. It will continue for the next couple of days as well. But we are expecting some sort of formula to be announced formally by all the leaders by end of this week.
Thank you, Radhika, for those details. MVA's very important meeting there, taking the talks of seat sharing further. Moving on to other stories, the Ministry of External Affairs said on Thursday that India has requested Canada to arrest members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, but it did not act on New Delhi's core concerns. The MEA also rejected false imputations against Indian diplomats that were made by Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. Referring to Mr. Trudeau's admission, the MEA reiterated that Canada hasn't shared a shred of evidence with New Delhi proving Indian agents' involvement in the murder.
We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
As far as the allegations are concerned, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the allegations, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomats. There is a clear pattern to smear India for reasons best known to them.
India rebutting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's admission that Canada has no hard evidential proof to support allegations linking Indian government agents to the killing of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar last year. India reiterated Canada shared no evidence in support of the case, even accusing Trudeau of damaging India-Canada ties. On the Lawrence Bishnoi link, India says Canada disregarded multiple extradition requests.
There are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them. So far, no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request.
The Ministry of External Affairs says that from the very beginning, the Canadian approach has been to make vague accusations and put the burden of denial on India. Earlier, India decided to withdraw its High Commissioner in Canada, Sanjay Kumar Verma, after Ottawa linked him and other Indian diplomats to the Nijjar case. However, Canada alleges that it was they who asked the 6 diplomats, including the High Commissioner, to leave the country. Trudeau is seeking another term as Canada's Prime Minister, but has recently faced one political setback after another. He has repeatedly been seen standing shoulder to shoulder with extremists and separatists attending Khalistan rallies, terming all this as free speech. He has also lost support of his key ally Jagmeet Singh, and on Tuesday, a Liberal MP publicly called for his resignation. There's a growing number of Liberal MPs that remain frustrated with Trudeau's leadership and lack of strategy in countering Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Latest to join ranks among condemning Trudeau's stand on the Nijjar killing is MP Chandra Arya from Trudeau's own party.
We know that extremism and terrorism don't recognize and are not limited to national borders. On Canadian Khalistani violent extremism, as Canadians, we expect our federal government and its agencies to collaborate with other affected countries to protect our citizens. The persistence of Canadian Khalistani extremism is rooted in the political patronage these extremists enjoy.
Sikhs in Canada form the 4th largest ethnic group, and there is a notable faction that supports the Khalistani movement, making it politically significant for Trudeau to engage with this community. But it seems Trudeau's K card isn't playing out to plan. Bureau Report for NDTV.
Well, the Ministry of External Affairs also said that India had requested Canada to arrest members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, but that Canada didn't act on New Delhi's core concerns. In fact, Randir Jaiswal, who's a spokesperson of the MVA, said, and I quote, we had shared some requests with Canada for the arrest of those from Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They haven't taken any action on our core concerns. There is also a political motive behind this. This is what MEA spokesperson Randir Jaiswal said today.
India has once again slammed Justin Trudeau after his deposition in front of Foreign Interference Commission, where he said that they had intelligence but no proof. Now India has said that this is exactly what it had been saying all along, that since his accusation in September 2023, not a shred of evidence has been shared. Now what was extraordinary was that India has said that there were at least 26 extradition requests pending with Canada for more than a decade. No action had been taken. There were also provisional arrest requests which had been put out by India, but again there was no action. Now these extradition requests and provisional arrest requests also include some noted criminals. The names of at least 5 criminals were read out. There are many more. Then also the name of Lawrence Bishnoi was taken. The spokesperson said that some of the members of gang of Lawrence Bishnoi have also been asked to be extradited or provisional arrest be made because they are involved in criminal activities in Canada as well. Now the MEA questions Justin Trudeau government, asking when we had asked for their extradition, then how come it is quite strange that you are accusing us of colluding with these same gangs whom we wanted extradited for their criminal activities. Now Justin Trudeau has not given any more evidence, and that is quite clear, and India sticks to its stance saying that no action has been taken, and Canada's words of accepting one India and the actions do not match. But this is something very worrisome, that a gang who has members all across globe and especially in Canada, where anti-India activities are taking place with such impunity, and Canada has given them space in the name of free speech, and this is something which MEA and India are worried about. But the accusations which Canada has made is being clearly called baseless and not acceptable.
That's my colleague Kadambini Sharma reporting on India slamming Canada yet again on endorsing anti-India elements. Meanwhile, India, the most powerful cricketing nation in the world, witnessed a new low in Test cricket on Thursday, even as India versus New Zealand Test did not go well on the second day. In fact, the hosts were shot out for 46 runs, the lowest at home, lowest by any team on Indian soil.
Denied the wish to bat on a moist pitch, the Kiwi bowlers were all over the Indian batters right from the word go. Their bowling deadly and accurate. Rohit Sharma done in by the trickery of Tim Southee. Virat Kohli did the daring to move up to number 3 in the absence of Gill. Debutant Will O'Rourke claimed him. Sarfaraz Khan could not save himself from the temptation of a lofted shot either. Matt Henry breathing fire. Kiwi debutant O'Rourke claimed 4 for 22. While it was Matt Henry who did the ultimate damage, exposing India's vulnerabilities as he grabbed 5 for 15. India put on a pedestrian batting show and was shot out for 46, their lowest at home and the lowest by any team in India. Kiwis in reply showed patience and application. Devon Conway scored 91. Worst for India as Rishabh Pant left the field with a likely injury. And after skittling India for just 46, the Kiwis ended the day at 183 with a lead of 134 runs. India left with a mountain to climb.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. A touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on
Two
images, two political parties, one occasion. Valmiki Jayanti. Ladies and gentlemen, just look at these two images right on your television screens. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi visiting the Valmiki temple in Delhi on the occasion of the birth anniversary of the creator of the epic Ramayana. BJP government being sworn in the second one in Haryana. Remember, a big factor in BJP's Haryana victory is the resounding support it got from the OBCs and the SCs. As per the CSDS Lokniti survey, a huge percentage, which is 50% of the Jatavs, who form half of the total SC population in Haryana, voted for the Congress. However, in that, 35% chose the BJP and voted for the BJP. This is the same community that Kumari Shailaja, senior Congress leader, belongs to. And as per this survey, the BJP garnered 45% of the votes from non-Jatav SCs, while 33% voted for the Congress. Remember, the BJP had fielded 17 Dalits in the Haryana polls, hoping that it will ensure that this community, which accounts for 21% of Haryana's total population, looks at them favorably, and they did. Today, 13 BJP MLAs took oath as Haryana ministers along with Naib Singh Saini, who took oath as the Chief Minister for the second consecutive time. The cabinet has maintained caste equations by giving representation to Jats, Dalits, Brahmins, Rajput and a Baniya. Saini himself comes from the other backward class or OBC community. A large chunk of the MLAs sworn in were from the OBC community, from which Chief Minister Saini himself belongs to. Saini's strategy was to consolidate the OBCs and not Jat votes, which certainly meant that the BJP managed to ensure this stunning performance in Haryana. A quick recap of what happened today, and then I bring in Haryana Minister Shuti Chri on the show tonight.
NDA show of strength on Valmiki Jayanti, just after the Haryana win and before the Maha Challenge as Maharashtra heads to polls. The occasion, swearing in of Naib Singh Saini as Haryana Chief Minister for the second time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the NDA charge, flanked by Amit Shah, JP Nadda, as well as Chief Ministers of 13 states.
We can see these visuals from here. Naib Singh Saini has come at a stage where we have seen huge number of the people, a huge number of the supporters. As of now, what we can understand, BJP is not leaving a single stone unturned to get maximum political mileage out of this victory. He is getting a rousing welcome where we can see the Chief Minister along with all the BJP leaders, they are waving to the supporters. This grand ceremony which is happening in Panchkula, we can see these pictures.
The significance of the date also not lost on anyone. BJP's Haryana turnaround is credited to its social engineering pitch, putting the Dalit outreach first. This reflected in Team Saini. 6 of the 13 ministers who took oath are from the OBC or SC communities. Naib Singh Saini sought the blessings of Valmiki before he took oath.
आज भगवान वाल्मीकि जी महाराज की जयंती है। मुझे अवसर मिला है भगवान वाल्मीकि जी के चरणों में शीश नवाने का और उन महापुरुषों से प्रेरणा लेकर के हमारा हरियाणा प्रदेश आगे बढ़े।
After the grand swearing in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a key strategy meet with all 13 NDA chief ministers in attendance. This meet comes 48 hours after the poll dates for Maharashtra and Jharkhand were announced. Haryana over and Dalit vote firmly with it. The BJP hopes for a repeat of similar consolidation in Maharashtra, where it faces both the Maratha as well as anti-incumbency challenge. The question is, will the series of pre-poll SOPs announced by the Shinde cabinet ensure the return of this crucial constituency with deterred before the Lok Sabha poll? Aishwarya Jain with Gurpreet Chinna, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Let me bring in Shuti Chri, who was sworn in today. Shuti, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Congratulations on being sworn in. You're a minister now. There has been a lot of caste balancing in this new Council of Ministers of Naib Singh Saini. You know, caste has been an integral part of Indian politics and it remains the dominant thread, no matter what people may say. Your thoughts on your own responsibility and going ahead, what does it mean for Haryana?
You see, in this election, all in Haryana, we say Chhattis Biradri. That is symbolic of everybody. It means that it is all encompassing. And everybody is a part of this victory. Everyone has voted for the policies of the BJP, for the leadership that the BJP has provided, for the vision that the Honorable Prime Minister has given to this country. And it is historical that for the first time in Haryana, back to back, Bhajpa has been voted in with a clear majority. So this is a complete testament to the policies and you know what is being said again and again, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, that when we campaigned during this time, and you know, I represent a rural area as most of Haryana is, and my constituency particularly so, where we had youngsters coming up, you know, and telling us that bina kharchi parchi, because earlier on in Congress, you know, run governments, especially in the previous Hooda government, there was a lot of kshetravad, there was a lot of, you know, discrimination. And naukaries and jobs were given in a very corrupt way. And that all that had been removed and simplified for the common man. So a lot of things on the ground were done, and where the common man could see that this particular government is for me. I have, you know, the work is being done. You could tell on the ground.
Okay, Ms. Chaudhary, you know, you represent a seat which was earlier represented by Bansi Lal, and he was the Chief Minister of Haryana for 4 times. So it's a bastion in many ways. When you look back at your own journey, the fact that you and your mother chose to jump the ship and join the Congress, I want you to help us understand, where do you think the Congress strategy went wrong? Do you think there was too much of emphasis on the Jats, trying to woo them, rather than realizing that there are multiple castes at play? Did the Congress overlook the OBCs and SCs?
The Congress has no strategy at all. It is just, you know, on a very sort of ad hoc basis, they just carry on. And the Hoodas had started to, you know, bully everyone.
Okay.
And as a result, there was a mass exodus that started to take place from Congress. And during his time, during his reign, the time that he was a chief minister, he concentrated development only to one part of the constituency. And that also was highly questionable, because there were a lot of corruption charges on him. And, you know, and the way and the working of his government. So as a result, what started happening was that Congress started to lose grip from the ground completely. And BJP is completely the opposite. It is there is a complete commitment of all the cadres, all the leadership comes together as one. And then, of course, under the umbrella of a visionary like Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. So he is the driving force. And then we have great leaders, you know, who have directed us, who have led the campaign, whether it was Mananya Manohar Lalji, whether it was our Honorable Home Minister, whether it was the Chief Minister himself.
Okay.
And a lot of good work, I reiterate, was done on the ground. And people saw that. And at the end of the day, people stood with development, because everyone, Congress was constantly hankering amongst themselves. They were, you know, nothing was happening on the ground. You could just see a house in complete chaos.
Okay. My last question to you, today, the messaging of today has not been lost. It is Valmiki Jayanti. So certainly it's a huge message being sent by your party. And the fact is that the 80% of SCs of Haryana voted for the BJP, which includes 35% of the Jatavs and other SCs are almost around 45%. Do you think there was this effort at social engineering which turned, which ensured BJP's victory?
You see, it's, I would just say that this is the backbone of governance, where you have everybody comes along. And this happens when your policies are there for the poorest of the poor. And when they have that faith in you, that is when they solidly, and it becomes a very solid support. So BJP has been, it's humbling to see that what kind of support came across all the castes together. Everybody came as one, whether it was everybody, like in my own constituency. It was overwhelming and very humbling to see that the whole constituency voted as one. So, I, for instance, don't see anything as a vote bank. For me, it is just an opportunity to do, people have put us in a very responsible place. The leadership has given us such a big responsibility, and we have to deliver for everyone.
All right, Shruti, thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on your new responsibility. Shehzad Poonawalla, National Spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us. We have Dr. Anshul Avijit of the Congress and Ashok Bharti, Chairman of National Confederation of Dalit Organizations. Ashok Bharti, where is the BJP getting its Dalit strategy right? Do you think there is a great degree of sincerity in the manner in which the party is approaching this community? You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to come to here. And I believe that there is a huge competition now between the political parties to mobilize the Dalit community. And there is no doubt that in Haryana, BJP has done lots of spade work to outreach to the Dalit communities, irrespective of, that, which reflects in 35% votes of the Jatwas went to the BJP, 33% of the non-Jatwa vote. In fact, the majority of the non-Jatwa votes went to the BJP. So certainly they have advantage because they have the mass presence across the country, across the Haryana, and they have a highly trained cadre which outreach to the community, and this is one of the reasons. In case of the other political parties, they have the ideas of social justice, but they need to really strengthen their idea of social justice at the ground level. Okay. So these are the two things. Apart from this, I believe that the Haryana election, if we look at Haryana election from the perspective of the Dalits, there were some derogatory comments made against the Dalit community. So obviously, this is the time when nobody will tolerate such derogation.
Okay, Anshul Avijit, the question here is that the Congress party was talking about caste census. It was also building that narrative that, reservation will be done away with if the BJP gets that number of 400 par during the Lok Sabha polls. That actually worked during the Lok Sabha polls. Why do you think you were not able to convince, your own supporters in the elections which followed a few months later?
Are you asking me, Maria?
Yes, that's a question to you.
Oh, right. No, I mean, look, who voted for whom in this particular election. It was a tight election. The results were unexpected. There are a number of reasons for that, both technical, they relate to relationship between communities. First of all, the Dalit community, as we call it, it's unfortunate that they're still being called that community 75 years later, and we're still talking about the language of caste. It's highly regrettable. But so, as it may be, the Dalit community is not a monolith, right? The scheduled castes are not a monolith community.
Yes.
There are a number of segregated communities within that. They used to be, at one point, spoken of as like one sweeping community. They even used to vote en bloc. But now I think with the deepening of the processes, whichever way you look at it, there are aspirations between all of them. And you really have to earn the trust of every single community. What every election serves to remind every single party is that trust must be earned. There has to be outreach. You have to go.
So
at
you were
them.
not able
What the
to
BJP
earn their
has
trust.
been trying to do. No, what the BJP has been trying to do when it removes references to caste discrimination in NCRT books, when Dalit writers are removed from the courses of Delhi University, when you talk about 400 par, for what reason we don't know. But clearly there is a reason that you are going to change the constitution, where you're constantly critiquing the policy of reservations.
You know, Anshul, we are
RSS
showing the visuals right now. We are showing the visuals of efforts which have been made by the Prime Minister himself right at the top in ensuring the outreach to this community not once, but consistently over the last few years. You know, be it cleaning up Valmiki.
You're going to show me these patronizing rituals and think that the Dalit community has been won over?
Yes.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
If electorally, if anything we have to go by, we have to actually tell the truth. Let's go with the numbers which have been talked about by the CSDS
the numbers don't reveal
survey.
anything.
CSDS survey actually says that there is a significant, in fact, a very high percentage of non-Jatav SCs which have voted for the BJP. So, you know, let's not deny the numbers now. Yes, Shehzad Poonawala, please come in.
Just allow me to complete 1 minute. I'm not denying. Maria, just one more second.
Yes.
Before Shehnaz, I'm keen to hear Shehzad as well. I'm just saying that nobody is denying that community, there has to be no outreach. I'm not suggesting that. I am only simply saying that there was a narrative that was built up throughout these elections, which you have referred to continuously. It's been a cultural narrative, it's been a political narrative, it's been a technical narrative that paid, I think, the Dalit community in the elections, in the Lok Sabha elections, veered towards us. And I believe that we still have a sizable chunk of their votes.
Yes, okay. Shehzad?
You see, first of all,
okay, let's have Shehzad and
Anshul
on the screen now, please. Yes, go ahead.
Maria, this is the problem. While Congress focuses on narrative, we focus on doing things with niyat. Today is not just Valmiki Jayanti, it also happens to be the unfortunate day when 1 hour ago, Captain Ajay Yadav, the National OBC Chairperson of Congress, has called it quits from the Congress party. The last time this happened, we know that Sitaram Kesi, one of the OBC presidents of Congress, the only last one, how he was treated. Congress is essentially a party that talks about Dalit but wants Dal Hit. And for Dal Hit, it does Dalit and OBC ka apman constantly. Let me give you examples. First of all, this Arakshan reservation, 1961 Nehruji has written categorical letter that I would not want reservation, it creates second class people. 1980 to 90 Rajiv Gandhi and Indira Gandhi opposed Mandal. Rajiv Gandhi said Buddu ko Arakshan milta hai. 2004 to 14 Jamia AMU used to have SC/ST Arakshan, it was finished off. We know that in Rangnath Mishra they proposed that the SC/ST Arakshan should be given, part of it should be given to Muslims. We know that in Karnataka they took off from the chunk of OBC Arakshan and gave it to the Muslims purely on religious grounds. They have done this in the past. Salman Khurshid also said from 27% OBC quota I want to give 9% to Muslims before the UP elections. Look at what they did in the Haryana elections. They insulted Kumari Shelja, and when it came, first Rahul Gandhi went abroad and he said Arakshan khatam kar denge hum log, and then they said Dalit Netrutva khatam kar denge, the manner in which they treated Kumari Shelja. Forget everything else, you're showing visuals, Maria. Today's visuals, this is Rahul Gandhi with the people who have come to meet him. Camera person, can you please zoom? Ambedkarji's portrait has been kept on the ground. This is the way they treat. And Ambedkarji was defeated twice by the Congress party. Ambedkarji was not given Bharat Ratna on time. Here, this is the picture. Rahul Gandhi is sitting, and here next to his feet, you can see Ambedkarji's portrait. So therefore, Congress never respects Dalit, or a better word would be scheduled caste people. Look, let me give you another example. This entire narrative they have been doing in the entire Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan election. Rajasthan had maximum number of SC/ST atrocities. Then after that, those 3 elections they lost. Odisha, where there's a sizable tribal population, we won. Chhattisgarh, sizable tribal population, we won. We made a tribal CM. Today we are also winning Haryana elections. We have won many such state elections, and there we have made OBC people chief minister. They had opportunity in Telangana. They had promised Dalit Samaj, SC Samaj, that we will make chief minister. Instead, they make Revant Reddy, who had abused Kurmi caste. So this is the distance between narrative. You know, some people, they come, they wear muffler and they say, Hawa hai Congress ki, Aandhi hai Congress ki, Tsunami hai Congress ki. Or some Chaduni type people come and they make the mahol for Congress. ऐसे narrative से नहीं बनता. Avjit ji, just आप मुझे बता दीजिए, if the Congress respected the SC community, please just tell me, 70 years you had, why you did not make one OBC as the Prime Minister of this country who could complete his tenure? Okay. Deve Gowda ji was first OBC Prime Minister, but 3 times BJP has made. BJP in fact made OBC Chief Ministers like Kalyan Singh, Uma Bharti, when the Congress was opposing OBC rights.
Okay.
So therefore Congress should be the last person to preach.
Anshul, please respond.
Yeah. No. The BJP talking about social justice, I mean, what can one say? You remove NCRT, you remove references to discrimination, which means you're building ground. Since there was no caste discriminations, there is no need for reservations. Time and again, leaders in the BJP, in their, what is their ideologue, basically the RSS have said, no, it's time to review reservations. It should be done away with. People, Dalits who've come out from the RSS ranks have spoken about the discrimination which exists there. There are written books on it, right? You have lateral entry that was actually codified. A paper came out in which, an advertisement came out in which 44 posts were actually advertised. You are doing away with reservations. There's proof of that. What else do you want? They've been speaking about it. They've been actually doing it on the ground. Their own minister from Apna Dal, she came out and says, why hasn't the reservation policy been followed when there was niyukti of 69,000 shikshaks in UP? It was flouted. She wrote a letter. It's been flouted by their own party, and their own party people are coming out and speaking against it. You've got Dalit writers that are removed, ST sub-plan that was removed, scholarships are being cut down. Time and again, there is a war on the SC community. What you have is platitudes and patronizing images that you see on television.
Okay.
That's not going to cut it.
Okay.
It can, and then you create further divisions by saying,
okay, Shahzad, I have just enough time for your response on this.
See, Maria, I always come prepared with my facts. This is the date 3/3/1985. आरक्षण के नाम पर बुद्धों को बढ़ावा नहीं दे सकते, राजीव गांधी. It is published in Navbharat Times. Secondly, since he's talking about SC/ST funds, government has misused and diverted 37% of SC/ST funds in Karnataka, that is tune of 14,000 crores. Thirdly, I want to ask my friend, dear Mr. Avijit, that if you are so much for the rights of SC, why didn't you declare or even allow Kumari Shelja to fight? And fourthly, this is what Congress party used to say. Please listen.
मैं तो चाहूंगी कि ये शब्द हम हटा दें अपने देश से.
मेरा विश्वास जातिवाद में नहीं है, says आदरणीय इंदिरा गांधी जी. Is he now today discarding the views of Indira Gandhi ji? Of course, we want a casteless and a discriminationless society, but we are the ones who are doing it through empowerment. You are the ones who are doing it only through division of Hindu society. And by the way, Maria, you and I both know Pasmanda Samaj exists in Muslims also. It's not direct caste, but it is upper class, lower class. How many times Rahul Gandhi has spoken for the rights of Pasmanda? And Pasmandas face huge discrimination at the hands of Ashraf. You know it, how much they face the discrimination.
All right.
Has the Congress party ever spoken for Pasmanda?
Okay. So the caste lines and this all effort for the Dalit vote has only perhaps reached this new crescendo, and it will only grow in the coming few days and weeks in the run-up to Maharashtra elections. Shahzad Poonawalla, Dr. Anshul, Avijit and Ashok Bharti, appreciate your time here on NDTV. That's all from me on this edition of The Last Word. We are putting out the entire debate on ndtv.com. And right here in the studio is my colleague, Vishnu Shaw.
It's a big day again and a frightening one at that. 15 more flights in one day. Bomb threats once again, Maria. In my count, that's upwards of 36 flights over 3 days. The minister says that there are pranksters involved, but with close to 40 flights and with some IP addresses traced to Germany and the UK, you really need to ask who's behind this.
Absolutely.
All that and a lot more coming up on Left, Right and Centre after this short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्र महाराष्ट्र
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Bishnoi. Show on the program tonight. India firmly rejects Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegations at a deposition in Ottawa linking Indian agents to the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Sikh separatist in Canada. The External Affairs Ministry has labelled Trudeau's statements as having no evidence, accusing him of damaging bilateral ties for political gain. India maintains that Canada has not provided concrete proof to back up its serious claims, thus escalating the diplomatic tension. Amidst this row, India has criticised Trudeau for his handling of the situation, suggesting that his actions are motivated by domestic politics rather than factual bias, straining the already tense ties between India and Canada. Next up on the program, another 15 flights at least have received bomb threats today, throwing Indian civil aviation into an even greater crisis. There have been approximately 35 such threats over the last 3 odd days, with the government saying that pranksters are at work. Now, some media are reporting that VPN addresses have been traced back to London and to Germany. If that is the case, are these just ordinary pranksters? And at 9:30 p.m, dialogues with Sonia Singh, the Atmanirbharta in India model in defense manufacturing. What do some of the world's leading defense company CEOs have to say? That's coming up at 1:30. First, a quick look at the headlines that we are tracking. Two have been accused linked to the Bahraich case, shootout in an encounter. The UP police claim the accused were planning to flee to Nepal. The opposition alleges that this encounter was orchestrated. The aviation minister breaks his silence on threat calls to airlines, says most of the culprits identified are minors and that there is no conspiracy angle which has emerged so far. A new low for the Indian cricket team in Test cricket. Well, almost. The host team, India, out for 46 runs. That's the lowest at home, the lowest by any team on Indian soil. But let's quickly move on now to our big story, and that story has to do with the situation in Canada and India, the relationship between the two countries in a terrible situation, with New Delhi making it clear once again that the allegations made by the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, this time at a deposition, are simply not accurate, and that Canada has not provided evidence to India at all.
To continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
As far as the allegations are concerned, PM Trudeau's own admission yesterday would indicate the value. As regards our stance on the allegations, we will naturally reject false imputations against our diplomats. There's a clear pattern to smear India for reasons best known to them.
India rebutting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's admission that Canada has no hard evidential proof to support allegations linking Indian government agents to the killing of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar last year. India reiterated Canada shared no evidence in support of the case, even accusing Trudeau of damaging India-Canada ties. On the Lawrence Bishnoi link, India says Canada disregarded multiple extradition requests.
There are 26 extradition requests pending with the Canadian side. We have shared security-related information with the Canadian government regarding gang members, including those of Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and requested them to arrest them. So far, no action has been taken by the Canadian side on our request.
The Ministry of External Affairs says that from the very beginning, the Canadian approach has been to make vague accusations and put the burden of denial on India. Earlier, India decided to withdraw its High Commissioner in Canada, Sanjay Kumar Verma, after Ottawa linked him and other Indian diplomats to the Niger case. However, Canada alleges that it was they who asked the 6 diplomats, including the High Commissioner, to leave the country. Trudeau is seeking another term as Canada's Prime Minister, but has recently faced one political setback after another. He has repeatedly been seen standing shoulder to shoulder with extremists and separatists attending Khalistan rallies, terming all this as free speech. He has also lost support of his key ally Jagmeet Singh, and on Tuesday, a Liberal MP publicly called for his resignation. There's a growing number of Liberal MPs that remain frustrated with Trudeau's leadership and lack of strategy in countering Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Latest to join ranks among condemned Trudeau's stand on the Niger killing is MP Chandra Arya from Trudeau's own party.
We know that extremism and terrorism don't recognize and are not limited to national borders. On Canadian Khalistani violent extremism, as Canadians, we expect our federal government and its agencies to collaborate with other affected countries to protect our citizens. The persistence of Canadian Khalistani extremism is rooted in the political patronage these extremists enjoy.
Sikhs in Canada form the 4th largest ethnic group, and there is a notable faction that supports the Khalistani movement, making it politically significant for Trudeau to engage with this community. But it seems Trudeau's K card isn't playing out to plan. Bureau Report for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, one of India's finest diplomats, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who's been tracking all of these developments very, very closely. Ambassador, do you believe that Canada has provided India with enough evidence to back their assertions that India was somehow responsible for the death of Niger?
Vishnu, I think the answer to your very valid question has been provided by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada himself, when very recently he said that the initial allegations last September made by him in the Parliament of Canada were without any evidence or any evidentiary proof which is required to prove these claims and allegations. So I think the answer lies there. Why he did it is a totally different question. But I think what is even more important for you and the viewers to understand is that it is India which has for many, many years, and definitely over the past few years, been asking Canada to clamp down on these gangsters, on these separatists who are targeting India from Canadian soil. And I think the Canadians have not been sensitive to India's concerns when they should have been more sensitive to our requests.
One of the points which came up at a press conference by the External Affairs Ministry today was this assertion by some in Canada that this Lawrence Bishnoi gang was somehow involved in the death of, or was somehow involved in acts of terrorism on Canadian soil. And the point that India has made is that, in fact, members of that same Lawrence Bishnoi gang are people in Canada who are roaming around freely, who we want back in our country, which sort of raises the larger point that we've got approximately 26 extradition requests, and the Canadians have not obliged. They've not accepted them.
Absolutely. I mean, we have been telling them and talking to them about various gangsters whom the Canadians have given visas to enter their own country and who are roaming freely on Canadian soil. They're making all kinds of allegations about Indian sovereignty, Indian territorial integrity, and I think they're making all kinds of claims in Canada in themselves. So I think it is in not only India's interest, but it is in Canada's interest too, to clamp down on these kind of terrorists and gangsters.
How does this contrast, Ambassador, with the way the US is looking at the situation? Because, they've issued a statement in the last 24 hours where they say that they're satisfied with the Indian response in dealing with similar but unrelated allegations.
Look, the way I look at it, Vishnu, is that the Canadians, particularly the Canadian Prime Minister, rushed to his own parliament to talk about this in an open manner and make it public. On the other hand, the Americans have taken to this issue and have handled this issue with much more gravitas, with much more maturity. And that is what you would expect from countries across the world. There is no way that we will not be able to sit across the table and discuss some of these issues with any other country. But in the case of Canada, by rushing to the public discourse and making everything public right at the start, I think Prime Minister Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, has sort of closed the door on such kind of discussions between India and Canada. It is now what I like to describe as an open tu-tu me-me between our two countries. And that is, for any diplomat, it's not a great situation to be in.
Ambassador, there was, I don't know if you can call it a silver lining, but mentioned by the External Affairs Ministry and by leaders in Canada also, that the economic relationship between the two sides is important. There is investment by Canadian industry in India, in our markets, I believe. Then, of course, there is the largest cohort of Indian students who study, of international students in Canada who happen to be Indian, and, of course, the people-to-people relations, Indo-Canadians with family members back here. So there is that very strong basis of this relationship. Now, we can't do away with that, and I would suggest it's no one's contention that we should, right?
No, absolutely. There are many positives in the India-Canada relationship, Vishnu. But unfortunately, the situation with which the two governments find themselves in since September of last year, now for over a year, is that the two governments have absolutely no trust in each other. And that was one of the reasons cited by the government of India for pulling out not only our High Commissioner, but also a few other diplomats from Canada, that they did not believe that our diplomats stationed in Canada would get the adequate security and protection that are required for diplomats to be in. And I think that is what has been the casualty of this last 1.5 years, that the trust between the two governments is completely eroded and is close to zero.
Isn't it also deeply problematic that Canada would call our High Commissioner a person worth investigating, a person of interest, when in fact it's the same officer, very senior diplomat, who they've engaged in talks for 1 year on this issue? All of a sudden it becomes suspicious.
No, you're absolutely correct, Vishnu. This is a ridiculous claim by the Prime Minister of Canada. He's made this claim in public. The RCMP has made this claim in public also. But I think it is ridiculous. You know, the chief representative of the government of India in Canada cannot be complicit in any such events. And I think the Canadian government has, not only jumped the gun, but also made this ridiculous claim that the Indian ambassador, the Indian High Commissioner, is a person of interest. Something completely unheard of in diplomacy. And I don't know in which direction the government of Canada wants to take this relationship. As I said, on the political trust side, it is very close to zero. There are many other positives which continue to remain in the relationship, but you have to be able to talk to each other, government to government, in order to build on those positives. And that is not going to happen either today or in the near future.
And a final question, how is this deeply tied essentially to the politics of Justin Trudeau himself? That's an allegation made by Delhi, that there are Khalistani sympathizers in his cabinet and that he himself is a Khalistani sympathizer.
Look, I don't want to comment too much on the diplomatic, and I don't want to comment too much on the, the Canadian aspects of all this. I don't know what has pushed Prime Minister Trudeau to say all this in public, not just yesterday and day before yesterday, but for many months now. But there is very little doubt that he should have also factored in the impact of what he has been doing without providing any evidence at all. And that is, I'm quoting him himself, I'm quoting the Prime Minister of Canada, who said that he made these allegations without any evidentiary proof, and he should have factored in the impact it would have had on bilateral India-Canada relations. They have had a negative impact, and that is why we find ourselves in the situation we are in today.
What's the way out, Ambassador?
Look, there is a way out.
Is there?
The first thing we have to do is we have to be more mature about it, particularly on the Canadian side. We have to talk about this with each other between low levels of the government at first and then bring it up to a higher level. But it has to be done quietly behind closed doors. The way the US and India have handled a similar kind of situation is an example. But I don't know if the current government of Canada wants to do it in that way. That is what diplomacy is all about. That is the diplomatic way forward. But the Canadians seem to have shunned that in their relations with India, which is absolutely surprising and deeply disappointing. But there is a way forward, which is to build trust little by little, and then get the relationship back onto the rails. Whether we can do it with this particular government of Canada, I'm not 100% sure. But if there is a change in government, then we can start that process with any new government which follows from a general election in Canada.
All right, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, thank you very much, sir, for being with us. We're going to move on now to another story of huge international concern, certainly of concern over here in India. There have been 15 more hoax calls on board Indian Airlines today, affecting Air India, Vistara, Indigo, and Air India itself. Air India Express, Vistara, and Indigo. This raises the total number of hoax calls to being in the range of approximately 36, 37 over the last 3 odd days. Now, the government, for their part, say that this has to do with pranksters, but the fact that VPN addresses are being tracked, according to some media reports, in Germany and the United Kingdom seems to indicate this could be far more serious than what some are suggesting. But for whatever it is, this is what the Minister of Civil Aviation had to say.
We are ensuring that these kind of fake bomb threats don't happen in the future, and any change in rules or change in legislation we are thoroughly pursuing from our department also, so that it becomes a strict barrier for people who are trying to do these kind of prank things. We can't comment anything like a conspiracy. We are talking to everyone. We are talking to the airlines. We are talking to security agencies.
Sanjay Lazar has been tracking this with me for the last couple of days. He joins me now. Sanjay, does this appear to be pranksters at work?
Good evening, Vishnu. Thank you for having me. And I'm just amazed that our minister continues to say these things, because it's pretty obvious that, I've said this yesterday, I think, on your show and earlier, civil aviation is not just about social media and appearing on TV. There's so much more serious stuff in this. And yes, we caught a juvenile who, had done 3 or 4 of these. But now we're talking numbers in the 28, 30, 35. It's not a joke. And I was quite certain that, if not a conspiracy, there is a concerted effort to make us look like a banana nation. There is, obviously people, the internet is so sophisticated today. I can be sitting in Kalba Devi and shooting off threats bouncing them off from Germany to Tokyo to Russia, coming back to the US or Canada, and then bringing them to India. So you need an agency that can track this. Now, when you look at the US in comparison, post 9/11, Vishnu, they amended their rules. Anything to do with an aircraft, cyber terrorism, or aviation threats, bombs at airports, or became a pure terrorism, and the FBI became a federal crime. The FBI took it over, and they had powers with Homeland Security and MISA to look into all these things. We don't have that. We need the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Department of IT, the Ministry of External Affairs, the MOCA, of course, Ministry of Civil Aviation, to have a concerted effort with a unified team, because you've got multiplicity of agencies here, And we can't be, treating this so lightly. We're still talking about this is not a conspiracy or that is not. And then, as you rightly say, some people are talking about VPNs in UK, VPNs in Germany, and I've heard South Africa. So there are a lot of international VPNs involved. Now you need an agency that can track this down, and then you need somebody who can penalize them. You can't have one Sahar police station, one Chennai airport police station, one Delhi airport. Let it go to the CBI or the NIA or somebody like that, because you've got, you yourself have shown on your channel, I've seen, Singapore fighter jets going up.
There was a fighter jet today.
Today as well, yes.
On that flight into Heathrow.
Yeah, Heathrow. So we've seen that everywhere. And
airports around the world put our planes into isolation. It's a huge problem for passengers. They don't get their luggage back on time.
And look at the fear psychosis. It's being portrayed now that Indian aviation is unsafe for passengers. It's going to impact us greatly. And we need to, sort this out.
All right, Sanjay, we leave it over there. Thank you very much for joining us. So a huge concern, for the last couple of days. But Sanjay, let me just come back to you for a couple of other points. What do you believe is, is the way ahead for our airlines? There's not very much that they can actually do at this stage. They can only engage the government to a point. The government isn't really sharing very much information with them. There is a financial loss that they're going through each and every flight that this takes place. What can our airlines do?
Well, Vishnu, I only believe that, I've said this and tweeted this earlier. I think, airlines have to reinvent themselves a little bit and ensure pre-departure screening is, almost at bomb threat levels. That's one of the things. Passengers have to be sensitized to the fact that this is now become almost a national calamity, because you're getting, 3-4 every afternoon, every evening. So over the last 4 days, you've almost hit 40, and that's incredible. That's the other thing. I mean, there's a case here for the airlines to approach the government and say, let's help me recover this money, and therefore the government must have in place a procedure where it recovers it when they catch these guys. These are a lot of things that we need to do. And other than that, I can't see the airlines being able to do too much, because, the SOPs, international SOPs say the moment the pilot in command gets the information, he must divert, land immediately, and then isolate and sanitize the aircraft and do a bomb check. So that's a thorough SOP. So that's all we can do.
And do you believe in a situation like this, there has to be a lot more by way of communication from the government? Because what we've seen today are some assertions that said that, look, anybody who's found responsible for this will be put on the, they will not be allowed to travel in the future on Indian aviation. In fact, we already have far more stringent regulation in place. They can be jailed for life. I mean, those laws already exist. So you don't need new laws which in fact water down some of the, the punishment per se against potential offenders, right?
No, we already have very strong laws in place, and no-fly list is the smallest. I mean, I would say treat it as anti-terror action and jail them for the longest possible period. And I'd say 5 years jail, jail is minimum that I'd give somebody who does this deliberately. You do one of these cases and you're going to see everybody will stop. Everybody who's in India, if there is somebody playing mischief outside, then you can't help it. You already have 66F of the IT Act. We have section 111 of the BNS. We have 354. We have enough of provisions under the existing laws to deal with all these. So we don't have to create a new law right away. What you need is a new SOP with a ministry that has the powers to execute. You see, the Civil Aviation Ministry can only file an FIR at worst, or the airlines can do that. But if you had the Ministry of Home Affairs, they could, engage everybody else and make this work, instantly. So I think we need to get a little more serious, a lot more serious rather, and get this focused going. I also believe that the ministry must engage with the stakeholders, which are the airports, which are the airlines, at least for the next week or 2 weeks, or on a daily basis, literally.
No, absolutely.
Because communication is the key, whether from a government or the airlines.
We leave it over here, Sanjay, because at this stage, both of us are searching for answers. Yes. And if there are foreign agencies who are helping us in this, that would be welcome. If this threat is international, then the way it's being reported and the reality of the story is something which is very different. Thanks very much for being with us. From a low in Indian aviation to a low in Indian cricket, I'm afraid the news isn't very good today, is it? India, the most powerful cricketing nation in the world. Well, we witnessed a new low in Test cricket today as in the India-New Zealand Test match. We were shot out for 46 runs. 46 runs in a Test match first innings, the lowest at home, the lowest by any team on Indian soil.
Denied the wish to bat on a moist pitch, the Kiwi bowlers were all over the Indian batters right from the word go. Their bowling deadly and accurate. Rohit Sharma done in by the trickery of Tim Southee. Virat Kohli did the daring to move up to number 3 in the absence of Gill. Debutant Will O'Rourke claimed him. Sarfaraz Khan could not save himself from the temptation of a lofted shot either. Matt Henry breathing fire. Kiwi debutant O'Rourke claimed 4 for 22. While it was Matt Henry who did the ultimate damage, exposing India's vulnerabilities as he grabbed 5 for 15. India put on a pedestrian batting show and was shot out for 46, their lowest at home and the lowest by any team in India. Kiwis in reply showed patience and application. Devon Conway scored 91. Worst for India as Rishabh Pant left the field with a likely injury. And after skittling India for just 46, the Kiwis ended the day at 183 with a lead of 134 runs. India left with a mountain to climb.
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. Up after that, a very special program, Dialogue with Sonia Singh, as we take a look at the future of the India-US defense relationship with top CEOs from American defense firms. That's up next.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
Special dialogue on the India-US defense partnership and how crucial it is to actually establish a secure future. Let me start with you, Mr. Blair. You just heard Mr. Kumar speak, make the point that India is open to doing business with US defense companies. And I think what's been really crucial, which we've seen in the last years, is how the top leadership of both countries, now this is at the level of Prime Minister Modi, President Biden, the defense minister making his first visit as a new cabinet minister to the US, and key agreements being signed, the reference to the SOSA agreement. What do you think, as we see this relationship really accelerate and go into top gear, what are the top 3 things you'd like to see happen, and how would you respond to Mr. Kumar's invitation?
Well, I'd like to first start and, recognize the tremendous progress with these foundational agreements. We could not collaborate in terms of bringing our best technologies and the collaboration, transfer of technology, co-production, co-development in India without the accomplishments over the last 8 years. I think you have to start with what's the foundation we have. I was with Vivek Lal here in 2006 when the first defense offset policy was being implemented. And we as US companies had to find a way to position for major procurements, a fighter competition at the time. And at Lockheed Martin, we established a joint venture with Tata, too, actually. The first was Lockheed Martin, making in India, making for the world, producing C-130J empennages as the sole source, and now we've delivered over 225. That was a catalyst for the private sector defense ecosystem. Sikorsky did as well on S-92 helicopter cabins. And, we did that out of opportunity, not offset obligation, as everyone thinks. It was out of opportunity. So I have to take us back to, an earlier foundation that was set that allowed us to sit here today and look at the vast increase in production in India and for the world. Mm-hmm. And now to where we're, I think in India, the 50% of our defense exports are going to the US. And so that's allowed us now to be in a position. So to answer your question, what do we need to do going forward? We need to take it to the next level. Mm-hmm. We have to take it up to the platform level. And when we look at a platform, we bring the platform and our tier 1 partners. Mm-hmm. And that brings a level of transfer technology like the GE engine, which is foundational and transformational. And we see that opportunity, whether it's fighter aircraft, transport aircraft, or helicopters, building on the foundation of subsystems and taking it to a full delivered platform for India, for the world.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Lal, I'd like to bring you in here because you've actually seen that journey, of course, based in the US, and we've gone really 360 degrees. It's amazing to see how far we've come from a time when there was, technology sanctions and blocks, and to the kind of accelerated cooperation